The museum feels different after everyone leaves. During the day, its halls are filled with movement. Visitors drift from gallery to gallery. School groups pass beneath ancient sculptures. Cameras flash briefly in front of famous paintings. Voices echo through corridors lined with objects gathered from every corner of the world. Yet when the doors close and the last footsteps disappear, the museum becomes something else entirely. The silence reveals a strange fact that is easy to overlook while standing among crowds. Every object inside the building has outlived someone. The vase displayed beneath glass has survived the hands that made it. The manuscript has survived the monks who copied it. The bronze figure has survived the empire that commissioned it. The portrait has survived the sitter, the artist, the patron, and often the society that once understood its original meaning. Museums are places filled with the remains of human lives. They are collections of things that endured while generations of people disappeared. And perhaps this is why museums exert such a powerful fascination. Beneath their educational mission, beneath their architecture, beneath their exhibitions and labels, museums are fundamentally about one of humanity's oldest desires, the desire not to be forgotten. Long before modern museums existed, human beings were already preserving objects. Ancient rulers stored ceremonial treasures inside temple complexes. Priests protected sacred relics. Kings assembled collections of rare materials gathered from distant lands. Scholars preserved manuscripts. Families passed heirlooms across generations. Communities safeguarded objects connected to ancestors, heroes, and collective memory. Again and again, across cultures separated by vast distances and centuries of history, people selected certain objects and decided they mattered enough to survive. Most things vanish. Buildings collapse. Clothing wears away. Tools break. Entire civilizations disappear. Yet some objects are rescued from the ordinary cycle of use and destruction. They are protected, catalogued, repaired, displayed, and remembered. Why? What makes one object worth preserving while millions of others disappear forever? Why do human societies devote enormous resources to saving fragments of their own past? The answer is more complicated than education, scholarship, or cultural pride alone. Museums exist because memory itself is fragile. Every civilization eventually confronts the possibility that its stories, beliefs, achievements, and identities may be lost. The museum emerged as one response to that fear. This video is not simply a history of museums. It is an exploration of a much older human impulse. It is the story of how people across different cultures attempted to preserve knowledge, protect memory, collect beauty, display power, and resist forgetting. We will travel from ancient temple treasuries and imperial collections to Renaissance curiosity cabinets, Enlightenment museums, archaeological expeditions, national institutions, and contemporary debates about ownership and cultural memory. Along the way, we will encounter some of the most extraordinary objects ever preserved, but more importantly, we will examine the ideas that made their preservation possible. Why do certain artifacts become symbols of entire civilizations? Why do nations fight over objects created centuries before those nations existed? Why do museums inspire admiration, controversy, pride, and criticism simultaneously? And what does it mean when an object leaves its original home and enters a collection far from the culture that created it? The answers lead us into questions that extend far beyond art history. Museums are not neutral spaces. They are places where memory is organized, where history is selected, where narratives are constructed, and where societies decide what deserves to be remembered. Every museum collection reflects choices. Every gallery represents acts of preservation, interpretation, and omission. Objects do not arrive in museums naturally. They are acquired, inherited, excavated, donated, purchased, transported, catalogued, restored, and displayed. Behind every artifact lies a chain of decisions stretching across generations. Some of those stories are inspiring. Others are uncomfortable. Many reveal the complicated relationships between knowledge, power, empire, identity, and memory. To study museums is therefore to study how civilizations imagine themselves. The objects on display tell stories, but the museum itself tells a story as well. And yet, for all their complexity, museums remain deeply human places. At their core, they emerge from a simple realization that every generation eventually faces. Human lives are temporary. Objects often last longer. A clay tablet may survive for 4,000 years. A manuscript may endure for a millennium. A sculpture may outlive dozens of political systems. The people who created these objects disappear, but traces remain. Museums gather those traces together and ask us to look at them. They allow conversations to occur across centuries. They create encounters between the living and the dead. They preserve evidence that people once existed, believed, created, feared, worshipped, celebrated, and imagined worlds different from our own. In that sense, museums are not only repositories of the past, they are bridges between times. Tonight, as we wander through these quiet galleries after everyone has gone home, we will follow those bridges backward. We will explore how museums came into existence, why human beings began collecting in the first place, and what these institutions reveal about our relationship with history itself. Because hidden beneath every artifact, every display case, every archive, and every gallery lies a question that is ultimately about all of us. When future generations look back at our own civilization, what will remain? What will be preserved? And who will decide what is worth remembering? Before there were museums, there were treasures hidden beneath floors. Before there were galleries, there were sacred objects wrapped in cloth and guarded inside temples. Before there were curators, there were families preserving heirlooms whose original stories had already begun to fade. Long before human beings created institutions dedicated to preserving the past, they were already collecting. The desire appears almost universal. Across cultures, separated by oceans, languages, religions, and centuries, people have repeatedly gathered objects, protected them, assigned meaning to them, and passed them forward to future generations. The forms differ. A prehistoric bead necklace buried beside its owner, a Chinese bronze vessel preserved by successive dynasties, a Roman household shrine filled with family relics, a medieval monastery protecting manuscripts, a Renaissance prince assembling rare curiosities, a modern collector filling shelves with photographs, books, or artifacts. The impulse remains remarkably consistent. Human beings collect because objects help us resist disappearance. Most objects in human life are temporary. They are used, worn down, discarded, forgotten, and replaced. A tool breaks. A garment decays. A piece of furniture eventually collapses. Yet every society identifies certain things that deserve a different fate. These objects are removed from ordinary circulation. They are protected from damage. They are displayed rather than consumed. They become valuable not because of practical usefulness, but because of what they represent. A ceremonial mask is no longer merely a mask. A crown is no longer simply metal and jewels. A manuscript becomes more than parchment and ink. The object begins carrying memory. It becomes a physical container for stories, beliefs, identities, and relationships that people fear losing. This fear of loss may lie at the heart of collecting itself. Human beings possess an unusual awareness of time. We know that people die. We know that memories fade. We know that entire generations eventually vanish. Unlike many other animals, we live with a constant awareness that everything we love is temporary. Objects become one way of confronting that reality, A photograph preserves a face after a person is gone. A letter preserves a voice. An heirloom preserves a connection to ancestors never personally known. A monument preserves an event long after witnesses disappear. Collecting allows people to create islands of continuity within a world defined by change. Archaeologists frequently discover this impulse in places far older than written history. Some of the earliest human burials contain objects placed deliberately beside the dead. Shell beads, pigments, carved figures, tools and ornaments accompany bodies into graves. These items serve no practical function for the living. Their presence suggests something deeper. Even tens of thousands of years ago, human beings were already treating certain objects as meaningful beyond utility. The dead were buried with things worth keeping. Objects became companions to memory. They connected individuals to larger systems of belief, identity, and continuity. As societies became more complex, collecting expanded beyond family memory into collective memory. Temples accumulated sacred treasures. Rulers preserved symbols of authority. Priests safeguarded ritual objects. These collections were not museums in the modern sense. They were rarely open to the public. Yet they reveal an important transformation. Objects increasingly became linked to institutions rather than individuals alone. The preserved object now carried the identity of an entire community. Ancient Egypt offers one of the earliest and most striking examples. Pharaohs filled tombs with extraordinary quantities of objects intended to accompany them into eternity. Gold masks, furniture, jewelry, statues, weapons, chariots, and ceremonial vessels were gathered together with immense care. To modern observers, these assemblages can resemble collections, yet their purpose extended beyond display or ownership. The objects were believed to possess spiritual significance. They maintained relationships between the living, the dead, and the divine. Preserving them became an act of cosmic order. Memory itself acquired sacred dimensions. Similar patterns emerged throughout the ancient world. Mesopotamian rulers preserved inscriptions from earlier kings. Greek sanctuaries accumulated offerings dedicated by worshippers over generations. Roman temples housed trophies, relics, and ceremonial treasures connected to civic identity. Across cultures, preserved objects became physical evidence of continuity. They linked present communities to remembered pasts. They reassured people that they belonged to stories larger than themselves. Collecting also satisfies another deeply human desire, the desire to understand the world. Children collect rocks, shells, insects, cards, or small objects long before they understand concepts such as history or preservation. The act itself creates order. A collection transforms scattered things into meaningful relationships. The collector groups categorizes, compares, and arranges. Patterns emerge. Knowledge develops. Collecting becomes a way of organizing reality. This intellectual impulse appears repeatedly throughout history. Scholars assembled libraries. Naturalists gathered specimens. Travelers returned with artifacts from distant lands. Religious institutions accumulated sacred texts. Rulers collected exotic objects, demonstrating the extent of their influence. Every collection tells a story about how its creator understood the world. What people choose to preserve reveals what they value, what they fear losing, and what they hope future generations will remember. Yet collecting has never been entirely innocent. The act of preservation always involves selection. To save one object often means allowing countless others to disappear. Every collection reflects choices. Some objects are deemed important, others are forgotten. Some histories are preserved, others vanish. The collector becomes a gatekeeper of the memory. This tension becomes visible whenever civilizations encounter one another. Conquerors frequently collect the treasures of defeated societies. Empires gather artifacts from distant territories. Religious institutions absorb sacred objects from earlier traditions. Collections can preserve cultural heritage, but they can also remove objects from their original contexts. The same impulse that protects memory can sometimes reshape or even erase it. Museums would eventually inherit this paradox. They preserve the past, yet they also determine which version of the past becomes visible. Power has therefore always been intertwined with collecting. Ancient rulers displayed treasures to demonstrate authority. Medieval churches exhibited relics to attract pilgrims. Renaissance princes assembled collections showcasing wealth, education, and influence. Ownership of rare objects often became a public statement about status. To possess the extraordinary was to possess prestige. Yet power alone cannot explain why collections endure. Many collections survive long after the people who assembled them are forgotten. The objects outlive their owners. The collector disappears, but the collection remains. In some cases, the preserved objects become more significant than the individuals who gathered them. The collection takes on a life of its own. This transformation reveals something profound about human relationships with objects. We often imagine that we own the things we collect. In reality, the relationship frequently moves in both directions. Collections begin shaping the identities of their collectors. The objects become extensions of memory, personality, and aspiration. They influence how people understand themselves. A collector of manuscripts becomes a guardian of texts. A collector of antiquities becomes a steward of history. Over time, possession evolves into responsibility. The modern museum emerged from this transformation. Museums did not appear because people suddenly became interested in history. They appeared because centuries of collecting gradually generated a new idea. Perhaps preserved objects should not belong solely to rulers, churches, or wealthy individuals. Perhaps they could serve broader purposes. Perhaps collections could become shared memory. That idea would take centuries to develop fully, but its roots lie deep within the human impulse to collect. Every museum begins with the same fundamental act: selecting an object and deciding it matters. A curator preserving an ancient sculpture, a monk copying a manuscript, a priest protecting a relic, and a family safeguarding an heirloom are all participating in variations of the same behavior. They are making a decision about what deserves to survive. The remarkable thing is how often human societies arrive at this decision independently. Again and again, people create spaces where meaningful objects are separated from ordinary life. They build treasuries, shrines, archives, libraries, collections, and eventually museums. Different cultures develop different forms, yet the underlying instinct remains familiar. Human beings do not simply inhabit time, they struggle against it. They preserve traces of what came before because they understand how easily memory disappears. Perhaps this is why museums remain so compelling today. We often describe them as places that contain history, but that description may not go far enough. Museums contain evidence of humanity's refusal to let everything vanish. Every artifact on display represents a chain of decisions stretching across generations. Someone chose to keep it. Someone protected it through war, disaster, neglect, or political change. Someone believed it mattered enough to survive. And when we stand before an ancient object in a museum, we are participating in that chain ourselves. We are looking at something that countless people before us decided was worth remembering. The object has crossed centuries, sometimes millennia, to arrive in front of our eyes. Its survival is never accidental. It reflects one of the oldest and most persistent human desires: the desire to hold on to fragments of meaning in a world where everything else eventually passes away. The story of museums begins there, not with buildings, governments, or institutions, but with a simple human impulse. Faced with the certainty of loss, people gathered objects and said, "This matters. Remember this. Do not let it disappear." Long before the museum emerged as a public institution, human societies were already creating spaces dedicated to preserving objects considered too important for ordinary use. These spaces did not resemble modern galleries. They possessed no admission tickets, explanatory labels, climate-controlled vitrines, or educational departments. Yet they performed functions that would later become central to museums themselves. They gathered objects together, separated them from everyday life, protected them from destruction, and embedded them within systems of meaning larger than the objects themselves. The origins of collecting, therefore, cannot be understood solely through individual desire or private accumulation. They must also be understood through institutions, rituals, religious beliefs, political authority, and collective memory. Ancient collections were rarely assembled for aesthetic appreciation alone. They existed because societies repeatedly sought ways to preserve what they considered sacred, powerful, prestigious, ancestral, or cosmologically significant. The modern museum often presents itself as a secular institution devoted to knowledge. Ancient collections operated according to different principles. The objects preserved within temples, palaces, shrines, treasuries, and royal storehouses were frequently understood as active participants within religious and political systems. Their value did not depend primarily upon age, rarity, or artistic merit. Instead, objects derived significance from relationships. A ceremonial vessel mattered because it connected worshippers to divine forces. A royal crown mattered because it embodied sovereignty. A ritual weapon mattered because it participated in sacred ceremonies. Preservation was therefore not simply about safeguarding the past. It was about maintaining continuity between visible and invisible worlds. This distinction is crucial because modern audiences often project contemporary assumptions backward onto ancient collections. We imagine people preserving objects because they appreciated history in the same way museums do today. Yet ancient societies frequently approach preservation through entirely different frameworks. Objects were not necessarily valued because they represented vanished eras. In many cases, they remained embedded within living systems of ritual practice. The preserved object was not a historical artifact. It was an active presence. Ancient Mesopotamia provides some of the earliest evidence for this phenomenon. Cities such as Ur, Uruk, Babylon, and Nineveh accumulated vast quantities of ritual, administrative, and ceremonial materials over centuries. Temples functioned not merely as places of worship, but as economic, political, and intellectual centers. Clay tablets recorded transactions, legal decisions, myths, hymns, and astronomical observations. Statues of rulers and deities occupied sacred spaces. Precious offerings accumulated through generations of patronage. What emerged was not a museum in any recognizable modern form, but something equally important, an institutional commitment to preserving material culture across time. One of the most remarkable examples appears in the 6th century BCE through the activities of Nabonidus, the last king of the Neo-Babylonian Empire, sometimes described by historians as one of the world's first antiquarians. Nabonidus actively excavated much older Mesopotamian foundations and inscriptions. He sought artifacts created centuries before his own reign and attempted to reconstruct their historical significance. His interest in ancient objects reveals something extraordinary. By this period, some societies had already developed awareness of historical distance itself. The past had become something that could be investigated, interpreted, and recovered. Scholars occasionally describe Nabonidus as an early archaeologist, though the term is obviously anachronistic. More importantly, his activities demonstrate that preservation was no longer directed exclusively toward maintaining living ritual traditions. Ancient objects could also become subjects of historical curiosity. This emerging historical consciousness appears elsewhere as well. In the city of Ur, archaeologists discovered what is often called the Enigoldi Nana Museum. dating to approximately the 6th century BCE. Named after a Babylonian princess and priestess, the site contained artifacts from earlier periods, accompanied by explanatory inscriptions. The collection included objects already ancient by the standards of its own time. Modern scholars continue debating whether it should be considered a true museum. Regardless of terminology, the site reveals an extraordinary development. Objects were being gathered, partly because they represented historical knowledge. The collection transformed material remains into instruments of cultural memory. Yet Mesopotamia represents only one branch of a much broader human phenomenon. Across the ancient world, societies developed their own methods for preserving meaningful objects. In Egypt, temples and tombs became repositories of astonishing material wealth. Statues, jewelry, ritual furniture, ceremonial vessels, papyri, and monumental architecture accumulated across millennia. Preservation operated through theological rather than historical logic. The Egyptians understood material continuity as essential to cosmic stability. Jan Assmann's influential work on cultural memory emphasizes how ancient Egyptian civilization developed extraordinarily sophisticated systems for maintaining connections between past, present, and eternity. Monuments, inscriptions, and ritual objects functioned as technologies of remembrance. To preserve the name and image of an individual was to sustain their existence beyond death. The Egyptian tomb therefore functioned simultaneously as archive, treasury, ritual environment, and memory machine. Consider the burial of Tutankhamun. Modern audiences encounter the tomb as an archaeological discovery, yet its original purpose differed dramatically. Every object was positioned within a complex cosmological framework. Chariots, furniture, jewelry, statues, and ceremonial tools were not gathered merely because they were valuable possessions. They were assembled because they supported the king's continued existence within the afterlife. Preservation became metaphysical. The collection existed not to educate future viewers, but to sustain eternal continuity. Ancient China developed equally sophisticated traditions of preservation, though often through different philosophical foundations. Bronze ritual vessels, from the Shang and Zhou dynasties, acquired immense significance as embodiments of ancestral authority. These objects were not simply ceremonial tools. They linked living rulers to ancestral lineages, political legitimacy, and cosmic order. During later periods, especially under the Song dynasty, scholars and officials actively collected and studied ancient bronzes. Their interest reflected more than antiquarian curiosity. Confucian traditions emphasize reverence for the past as a source of moral and political wisdom. Ancient objects became material evidence of idealized earlier ages. The scholar official Ouyang Su and later antiquarians such as Zhao Mingcheng assembled collections while producing detailed studies of inscriptions and artifacts. Their work reveals an important distinction from many European traditions. The preservation of ancient objects in China frequently emerged through scholarly engagement with historical continuity, rather than through religious devotion alone. Objects became sources of intellectual authority. They connected contemporary society to classical traditions believed to contain enduring moral truths. The collection functioned as a bridge across time. India provides another compelling example of alternative preservation systems. Sacred objects accumulated within temples across centuries, yet many were never intended to remain static. Images of deities participated in active ritual lives. Processional sculptures moved through cities during festivals. Offerings transformed sacred spaces continuously. Preservation therefore coexisted with use. The distinction between collection and ritual environment remained fluid. Scholars such as Richard Davis have emphasized that Hindu sacred images cannot be understood adequately through museum categories alone, because their significance depends upon relationships, movement, and devotional practice. This observation highlights a broader challenge. The modern museum often assumes that preservation requires removing objects from active social life. Ancient societies frequently operated according to the opposite principle. Objects remained meaningful precisely because they continued participating within living traditions. Preservation did not necessarily mean isolation. It meant continuity of use. The Greek world introduced yet another model. Sanctuaries such as Delphi, Olympia, Delos, and the Acropolis accumulated enormous quantities of offerings dedicated by individuals, cities, and rulers. These sanctuaries gradually became dense repositories of artistic, religious, and political objects. Visitors encountered treasuries filled with statues, weapons, precious metals, and commemorative monuments. The resulting environments often resembled open-air collections. Yet the organizing principle remained religious rather than curatorial. Delphi is especially revealing. Pilgrims traveling to consult the oracle encountered an extraordinary concentration of material culture. City-states constructed treasuries displaying dedications, celebrating military victories, political achievements, and civic identity. Objects functioned simultaneously as religious offerings and public statements. Preservation became intertwined with competition. Greek cities used sacred spaces to project prestige and authority through material display. Scholars such as François Hartog have argued that Greek culture developed increasingly sophisticated forms of historical consciousness during the classical period. This transformation influenced how objects were perceived. Monuments and dedications could serve not only ritual purposes, but also commemorative ones. Material culture became a medium through which societies narrated their own histories. Collections, therefore, began acquiring narrative dimensions. Objects no longer simply existed, they told stories. The Roman world expanded these tendencies dramatically. Roman generals routinely brought spoils from military campaigns back to the capital. Triumphs transformed conquered territories into visible collections of objects, artworks, and exotic materials. Temples, forums, and public spaces displayed treasures acquired throughout the empire. Pliny the Elder complained repeatedly about Roman fascination with collecting Greek art, suggesting that large-scale acquisition had become a defining cultural phenomenon. Roman collections reveal a crucial development in the history of museums. Objects increasingly circulated across vast geographic distances. Artworks removed from one cultural context acquired new meanings within another. A Greek sculpture displayed in Rome communicated not only aesthetic value, but imperial power. Ownership itself became symbolic. Collecting transformed into a way of possessing history, geography, and prestige simultaneously. This pattern would echo repeatedly throughout later museum history. Empires collect because collecting converts distant places into visible evidence of authority. The phenomenon appears in Rome, resurfaces during the colonial era, and continues influencing debates surrounding museums today. Ancient collections therefore foreshadow many of the ethical questions that still surround cultural heritage. Roman collecting extended beyond public monuments and imperial display into private life as well. Wealthy Romans assembled libraries, sculpture gardens, painted galleries, and collections of luxury objects within villas that blurred distinctions between residence, archive, and exhibition space. The Villa of the Papyri at Herculaneum remains one of the most remarkable examples. Buried by the eruption of Mount Vesuvius in 79 CE, the villa contained hundreds of scrolls preserved through carbonization, alongside extensive collections of sculpture. The site demonstrates that collecting had become intertwined with education, social status, and intellectual identity. To possess books and artworks was not merely to accumulate wealth, it was to position oneself within traditions of knowledge and culture. The collection became a reflection of the self. In many respects, this marks a significant step toward modern museum thinking. Objects were increasingly valued not only for ritual power or political symbolism, but also for their ability to communicate intellectual refinement. Yet even here, the ancient collector differed from the modern curator. The goal was not public education, but personal cultivation. Collections functioned as environments through which elites constructed identity. Libraries occupied a particularly important place within these ancient systems of preservation, because they expanded the concept of collecting beyond physical artifacts into the realm of knowledge itself. While temples accumulated sacred objects and rulers amassed treasures, libraries sought to gather texts. This distinction may seem obvious, but it represents a profound shift. Objects preserve memory materially. Texts preserve thought. When societies begin collecting knowledge systematically, they create institutions capable of transmitting ideas across generations on unprecedented scales. The collection becomes not merely a repository of things, but a repository of minds. This transformation appears repeatedly across the ancient world. Mesopotamian temple archives preserved administrative and literary tablets. Egyptian institutions maintained scribal records and religious texts. Chinese imperial courts accumulated classical writings, yet nowhere did the ambition become more expansive than in Hellenistic Alexandria. The Library of Alexandria sought nothing less than the collection of all knowledge. Although much about the library remains uncertain, its symbolic significance has become immense. It represents one of the earliest attempts to imagine preservation on a universal scale. The ambition itself is revealing. Once societies begin collecting not merely objects, but entire systems of knowledge, the collection acquires a new purpose. It becomes a model of the world. The idea of the collection as a model of reality would become increasingly influential throughout history. Cabinets of curiosity, encyclopedias, museums, botanical gardens, and natural history collections all inherit aspects of this impulse. The collector does not simply gather things. The collector assembles a miniature cosmos. By bringing diverse objects together within a single framework, the collection creates a representation of order. Michel Foucault later observed that systems of classification reveal how cultures organize knowledge itself. Collections therefore tell us as much about the people who assembled them as about the objects they contain. Every collection is simultaneously a preservation of material culture and a map of cultural assumptions. This becomes especially apparent when we look beyond the Mediterranean world. In Mesoamerica, sacred precincts accumulated ritual objects, offerings, and symbolic materials, connecting communities to divine forces and ancestral histories. The Aztec Templo Maya in Tenochtitlan contained vast deposits of offerings gathered from across the empire. Archaeological excavations have revealed marine shells transported from distant coasts, jade from remote regions, exotic animal remains, ceremonial objects, and precious materials deliberately buried within sacred contexts. These assemblages were not collections in the modern sense. They were offerings, yet they demonstrate a similar impulse toward gathering significant objects into meaningful relationships. The sacred precinct became a concentrated representation of the cosmos itself. Diverse materials from across the empire converged at a symbolic center linking earthly power with divine order. Andean civilizations developed comparable practices. Inca temples accumulated sacred objects associated with political authority, religious devotion, and imperial identity. The Coricancha in Cusco reportedly contained extraordinary quantities of gold and silver objects, arranged according to cosmological principles. Although much of this material was later destroyed or melted down during the colonial period, historical accounts suggest that sacred collections functioned as embodiments of political and spiritual order simultaneously. Preservation remained inseparable from worldview. What emerges from these examples is a pattern visible across continents. Ancient collections rarely existed because people wished simply to save the beautiful objects. They existed because societies needed material anchors for larger systems of meaning. The collection stabilized relationships between past and present, ruler and subject, human and divine, memory and identity. Objects became points of concentration around which entire cultural worlds could be organized. The anthropologist Arjun Appadurai has argued that objects possess what he calls social lives. Their meanings shift as they move through different contexts. Ancient collections provide powerful evidence for this idea. A bronze vessel used in ritual becomes an heirloom. An heirloom becomes an archaeological artifact. An archaeological artifact becomes a museum object. The physical thing may remain the same, yet its social role transforms repeatedly. Collections are therefore not static accumulations. They are stages within larger biographies of objects. This perspective complicates modern assumptions about preservation. Museums often present objects as isolated masterpieces, detached from the networks that originally gave them meaning. Ancient collections remind us that objects once existed within active systems of ritual, exchange, memory, and power. The temple treasury was not simply a storage facility. The royal archive was not merely a warehouse. These spaces functioned as living institutions through which societies understood themselves. The historian Christophe Paulmian offers a particularly useful concept for understanding this phenomenon. He describes certain preserved objects as semiophores, things removed from practical use and invested with symbolic significance. A sacred relic, ceremonial crown, ritual vessel, or ancestral tablet ceases functioning as an ordinary object. Its value derives not from utility, but from meaning. Ancient collections were filled with such objects. Their preservation reflected cultural beliefs about what deserved to endure. Yet preservation always involves exclusion as well. Every object saved implies countless others abandoned. Ancient collections therefore reveal priorities. Temples preserved what religions considered sacred. Palaces preserved what rulers considered important. Archives preserved what administrations deemed necessary. The history of collecting is also a history of forgetting. Entire categories of everyday life often vanished because no institution deemed them worthy of preservation. Ordinary clothing, tools, toys, and domestic objects frequently disappeared unless preserved accidentally. What survives is never a complete picture of the past. It is a record shaped by values. Pierre Nora's concept of lieux de mémoire, or sites of memory, helps illuminate this dynamic. Nora argues that societies create places, objects, and institutions where memory becomes concentrated because living memory itself is fragile. Ancient collections functioned as such sites. They gathered material traces capable of sustaining continuity across generations. Yet these sites also transformed memory by selecting what would be remembered. Preservation and interpretation became inseparable. The temple treasury may therefore be understood as one of humanity's earliest memory institutions. Long before museums existed, temples preserved objects considered essential to collective identity. Their contents varied enormously across cultures, yet their function remained surprisingly consistent. They concentrated on significance. They transformed material things into carriers of continuity. They offered societies ways of extending memory beyond individual lifespans. Religious belief played a central role in this process because sacred traditions frequently emphasized permanence in the face of human mortality. Ritual objects survive worshippers. Sacred texts outlive scribes. Monuments endure beyond rulers. Preservation becomes a strategy for confronting impermanence. The collection resists disappearance. This is why so many early collections emerged within religious contexts. Temples, shrines, monasteries, and sacred precincts provided institutional stability, capable of maintaining objects across centuries. At the same time, these institutions were never neutral. Collections reinforced authority. A temple displaying ancient offerings demonstrated spiritual legitimacy. A ruler possessing ancestral treasures strengthened political claims. A library containing rare texts enhanced intellectual prestige. Preservation generates power because control over memory generates influence. Societies have always understood this relationship intuitively. To control what survives is, in part, to shape how the future understands the past. This connection between collecting and authority becomes increasingly important as ancient societies grow more complex. The larger the civilization, the greater the need for systems capable of organizing memory. Collections, therefore, expand alongside states, religions, and empires. They become tools for maintaining continuity across geographic distance and historical change. Ancient collections were not peripheral institutions. They stood near the center of cultural life. Perhaps this explains why so many civilizations developed similar practices independently. Ancient Egypt, Mesopotamia, China, Greece, Rome, Mesoamerica, and the Andes differed profoundly in language, religion, politics, and artistic tradition. Yet all created spaces where meaningful objects were gathered, protected, and invested with significance beyond ordinary use. The specific forms varied, but the underlying impulse remained recognizable. Human societies repeatedly sought ways to preserve what they feared losing. The modern museum would eventually inherit many of these functions while transforming them fundamentally. Temples preserved sacred power. Museums preserved cultural heritage. Royal treasuries demonstrated authority. Museums claimed to serve public knowledge. Ancient collections often restricted access. Museums increasingly promote accessibility, yet the continuity remains striking. Both emerge from the same basic question: what should survive? When viewed from this perspective, the museum appears less as a uniquely modern invention, and more as the latest chapter in a much older story. Long before galleries, curators, and exhibition labels, human beings were already creating environments dedicated to memory. Temples gathered offerings, archives gathered records, libraries gathered texts, treasuries gathered symbols of authority. Ancient collections established the foundations upon which later museums would be built. And perhaps nowhere was this ambition expressed more dramatically than in Alexandria, where the dream of collecting expanded beyond objects, treasures, and sacred materials towards something even more ambitious: the preservation of knowledge itself. If temples sought to gather the sacred, and rulers sought to gather power, the Library of Alexandria sought to gather the world's intellectual inheritance. It represents the moment when collecting began aspiring toward universality, and with that ambition, the history of museums enters an entirely new phase. Few places occupy the modern imagination, quite like the Library of Alexandria. It appears repeatedly in documentaries, novels, academic debates, speculative histories, and popular myths as a symbol of humanity's greatest intellectual ambition and one of its greatest losses. The library has become almost legendary, a place where the accumulated knowledge of the ancient world supposedly gathered beneath a single roof before disappearing into fire and ruin. Yet the persistence of Alexandria within cultural memory reveals something more profound than the fate of one institution. The story of the library endures because it confronts one of humanity's deepest anxieties: the possibility that knowledge itself can vanish. Objects may break, cities may collapse, empires may disappear, but the loss of knowledge carries a different kind of terror because it represents the destruction not merely of things, but of accumulated understanding. Alexandria, therefore, occupies a unique position within the history of museums because it transformed collecting into an intellectual project of unprecedented scale. Earlier collections gathered sacred objects, royal treasures, ritual materials, and symbols of authority. Alexandria sought something far more ambitious. It attempted to collect the world through knowledge. The city itself emerged from one of history's most consequential political transformations. Following the conquests of Alexander the Great in the 4th century BCE, vast territories stretching from Greece to Egypt and beyond became connected through new networks of trade, administration, and cultural exchange. Alexandria, founded in Egypt in 331 BCE, quickly developed into one of the most important cities of the Hellenistic world. Under the rule of the Ptolemaic dynasty, the city became not merely a political capital, but an intellectual center designed to project cultural authority. The library formed part of a larger institution known as the Mausion, or museum, dedicated to the Muses. It is from this Greek term that the modern word museum ultimately derives. Yet the Mausion differed profoundly from contemporary museums. It functioned less as an exhibition space and more as a research institute, scholarly community, archive, and intellectual laboratory. Philosophers, mathematicians, astronomers, geographers, physicians, poets, and grammarians worked within its walls. The collection served scholarship rather than public display. This distinction matters because Alexandria reveals an alternative origin story for museums. The history of museums is often narrated through objects, treasures, and artworks. Alexandria reminds us that museums also emerge from desires to preserve, organize, and expand knowledge. The institution's purpose was not simply accumulation, it was synthesis. The library sought to gather texts from across the known world in order to create a universal archive of human understanding. Such a goal reflects a remarkable shift in cultural ambition. Earlier societies frequently preserved what they considered sacred or politically significant. Alexandria attempted something broader. It sought comprehensiveness. The Ptolemies pursued this objective aggressively. Ancient sources describe royal policies requiring ships entering the harbor to surrender books temporarily so copies could be made. Agents reportedly traveled across the Mediterranean purchasing manuscripts wherever they could be found. Collections expanded through acquisition, copying, translation, and scholarly editing. Whether every story is historically accurate remains uncertain, yet the broader pattern is clear. The library's growth depended upon the belief that knowledge could be gathered systematically and preserved institutionally. This ambition reflects the intellectual atmosphere of the Hellenistic age. Greek philosophy had already encouraged systematic inquiry into nature, mathematics, politics, ethics, and language. Thinkers such as Aristotle had developed extensive methods for classification and observation. Aristotle's own collections of biological specimens, texts, and research materials reveal striking parallels with later museum practices. His Lyceum attempted to organize knowledge through categories, comparisons, and empirical investigation. Alexandria inherited and expanded these tendencies. The world became something that could be studied, catalogued, and ordered. The historian Christian Jacob has argued that the library represented a new relationship between knowledge and power. By gathering texts from diverse cultures into a single institution, the Ptolemies transformed intellectual accumulation into a form of political authority. Possessing knowledge became analogous to possessing territory. The collection of books mirrored imperial ambitions. Just as empires sought control over geographic space, libraries sought control over intellectual space. The archive became an instrument of sovereignty. This relationship between collecting and authority would recur repeatedly throughout museum history. Modern museums often present themselves as neutral guardians of culture, yet the act of collecting inevitably involves decisions about what deserves preservation. Alexandria confronted this problem at an unprecedented scale. Which texts should be copied? Which traditions should be included? Which languages should be translated? Every collection reflects choices. Every archive creates boundaries. The dream of universality always encounters limits. The library's most famous achievement may have been its role as a center of textual scholarship. Ancient manuscripts existed in multiple versions, often copied by hand over generations. Errors accumulated, variations emerged. Scholars in Alexandria developed methods for comparing text, correcting inconsistencies, and establishing authoritative editions. Figures such as Xenodotus, Aristophanes of Byzantium, and Aristarchus of Samothrace transformed literary criticism into a systematic discipline. Their work on Homer became foundational for later textual scholarship. The collection did not merely preserve texts, it produced new forms of knowledge about texts. This process reveals an important characteristic of all collections. Collections do not simply gather materials passively, they generate interpretation. Once objects or texts enter institutional frameworks, they become subjects of analysis, classification, and comparison. The collection changes, what knowledge becomes possible. Michel Foucault's Reflections on Archives remain useful here, because archives do more than store information. They shape the conditions under which knowledge can emerge. Alexandria was not valuable solely because of the books it contained. It was valuable because those books existed within a community of scholars capable of transforming information into understanding. The library also occupied a unique position within broader networks of cultural exchange. Hellenistic Alexandria connected Greek traditions with Egyptian, Persian, Jewish, and Near Eastern intellectual worlds. The city became a site where knowledge crossed linguistic and cultural boundaries. One of the most famous examples is the Septuagint, the Greek translation of the Hebrew Bible traditionally associated with Alexandria. Whether or not the legendary details surrounding its creation are accurate, the translation symbolizes the city's role as an intermediary between traditions. Collections often function as meeting places where different systems of knowledge encounter one another. Alexandria amplified this role dramatically. Translation itself became a form of collecting. To translate a text is to transport ideas across cultural boundaries. The translated work enters a new intellectual ecosystem. It becomes accessible to new readers and subject to new interpretations. Collections, therefore, preserve not only objects and texts, but also relationships between cultures. The library's universal aspirations depended upon this process continuously. Yet Alexandria was never truly universal. No collection can be. Every archive reflects historical circumstances. The majority of texts gathered there came from literate traditions connected to Mediterranean networks of exchange. Vast bodies of oral knowledge remained absent. Countless traditions never entered the archive. This limitation reveals a fundamental tension within all preservation projects. Collections aspire toward comprehensiveness while remaining shaped by the perspectives of those who create them. The dream of total knowledge remains unattainable. The philosopher Jacques Derrida explored this tension through what he called archive fever, the human desire to preserve traces of experience against the threat of forgetting. Archives emerge because memory is fragile, yet the archive can never capture everything. Preservation always coexists with loss. Alexandria embodies this paradox perfectly. It symbolizes humanity's determination to remember and humanity's inability to remember completely. Ironically, the library is now remembered largely through narratives of destruction. Popular imagination frequently reduces Alexandria to a single catastrophic event, usually imagined as a great fire consuming countless books. The historical reality appears far more complicated. Scholars generally agreed that the library likely declined through multiple episodes, occurring over centuries. Julius Caesar's military campaigns may have damaged parts of the collection. Political instability, changing patronage systems, economic transformations, religious conflicts, and gradual institutional decline probably all contributed. The library was not necessarily destroyed in one dramatic moment. Instead, it may have disappeared through a prolonged process of erosion. The consequences of Alexandria's decline were profound. though not always in the way popular imagination suggests. The disappearance of the library did not instantly erase all ancient knowledge, nor did it plunge the Mediterranean world into intellectual darkness overnight. Many works preserved at Alexandria survived through copies housed elsewhere, while others continued circulating through Roman, Byzantine, Islamic, and later European scholarly traditions. Yet the loss remained significant, because countless texts almost certainly vanished permanently. Entire works by dramatists, philosophers, historians, scientists, and poets survive today only in fragments, quotations, or references made by later authors. The tragedy of Alexandria therefore lies not simply in what we know was lost, but in what we can no longer even identify. Unknown discoveries, forgotten arguments, alternative histories, scientific observations, literary experiments, and intellectual traditions disappeared silently from the historical record. The library's decline reminds us that cultural memory is never guaranteed. Knowledge survives, not because it is true or valuable, but because institutions, communities, and generations continually choose to preserve it. Alexandria became a lasting symbol, precisely because it revealed how fragile civilizations' accumulated understanding can be when the systems protecting it begin to fail. This complexity matters because myths of sudden destruction can obscure more subtle realities about cultural loss. Knowledge often disappears gradually. Manuscripts decay. Institutions lose funding. Languages become unreadable. Traditions cease being transmitted. Archives deteriorate through neglect rather than catastrophe. Alexandria's decline reminds us that preservation requires continuous maintenance. Collections survive only when societies invest resources in sustaining them. The image of the burning library nevertheless retains extraordinary symbolic power. Alberto Mangel has observed that libraries frequently function as metaphors for civilization itself. A library represents accumulated memory externalized into material form. Its destruction therefore appears as an assault on continuity. The burning library becomes a symbol of cultural mortality. Alexandria occupies this symbolic role because it dramatizes the vulnerability of knowledge. Yet the emphasis on loss can sometimes obscure another important aspect of the story. Much ancient knowledge survived despite the library's disappearance. Texts circulated through other institutions. Manuscripts were copied elsewhere. Ideas traveled across regions and generations. Knowledge rarely depends entirely upon a single repository. Preservation operates through networks. Monasteries, schools, courts, religious communities, private collections, and later universities all contributed to the transmission of intellectual traditions. The survival of knowledge depends upon redundancy as much as concentration. This insight becomes particularly important when we consider the broader history of libraries beyond Alexandria. The ancient world contained numerous centers of learning. The Library of Pergamon rivaled Alexandria in prestige. Mesopotamian archives preserved texts for centuries. Chinese imperial libraries accumulated vast collections. Indian monastic institutions maintained scholarly traditions. The House of Wisdom in Baghdad would later become one of the most important centers of intellectual activity in the medieval world. Alexandria remains significant, not because it stood alone, but because it exemplifies a larger human aspiration toward preservation. Comparative perspectives reveal that many civilizations developed institutions dedicated to safeguarding knowledge. During the Tang and Song dynasties, Chinese scholars compiled extensive encyclopedias and maintained imperial collections of texts. Buddhist monasteries across Asia preserved scriptures through copying and recitation. Islamic scholars translated, commented upon, and expanded classical knowledge in ways that would later influence Europe profoundly. The preservation of knowledge has never belonged to a single civilization. It is a recurring human project. The historian of science George Sarton argued that intellectual progress depends upon continuity across generations. Knowledge grows because societies develop mechanisms for transmitting information beyond individual lifetimes. Libraries, archives, and collections make this continuity possible. Alexandria, therefore, represents more than a historical institution. It represents a principle. Knowledge requires preservation. Without preservation, every generation begins again from the beginning. This principle would eventually become central to museums as well. Museums preserve objects for many of the same reasons libraries preserve texts. Both institutions resist forgetting. Both transform fragile materials into collective memory. Both create frameworks through which future generations can encounter the past. The difference lies primarily in medium. Libraries preserve knowledge through writing. Museums preserve knowledge through material culture. The relationship between objects and texts is particularly important because the two forms of preservation often complement one another. An artifact without context may become mysterious. A text without material evidence may become abstract. Together they create richer understandings of the past. Alexandria focused primarily upon written knowledge, yet its broader significance lies in demonstrating how institutions can organize memory systematically. Perhaps this explains why Alexandria continues to fascinate modern audiences. The library represents an idea larger than any building. It embodies the hope that human knowledge can be gathered, preserved, and transmitted across centuries. At the same time, its disappearance reminds us that no archive is permanent. Every collection remains vulnerable to neglect, violence, political change, environmental decay, and historical contingency. Inside the modern museum, surrounded by objects that have survived against extraordinary odds, Alexandria lingers like a shadow behind every display case. Each artifact represents knowledge that might have vanished. Each preserved manuscript, sculpture, tool, or ceremonial object testifies to the fragile continuity connecting past and present. The dream of Alexandria was never simply to collect books. It was to resist oblivion itself. That dream remains unfinished. Every archive, library, and museum continues participating in the same struggle between memory and forgetting. The Library of Alexandria therefore marks a crucial moment in the history of collecting because it transformed preservation into an intellectual mission. It asked whether an institution could gather the accumulated knowledge of humanity and protect it from disappearance. The answer remains uncertain. Yet the question continues shaping museums, libraries, and archives to this day. The story of Alexandria is ultimately not about a lost building. It is about the enduring human desire to save something from the passage of time. The modern museum often presents itself as a place of order. Paintings belong to art galleries, fossils belong to natural history museums, scientific instruments occupy technology collections, religious objects appear in departments of sacred art, archaeological materials are arranged geographically or chronologically. Every object possesses a category, a label, an accession number, and a designated location within a larger institutional system. Modern visitors rarely question these divisions because they appear natural. Yet for most of human history, knowledge was not organized in this manner. The boundaries separating art from science, religion from nature, archaeology from ethnography, and curiosity from scholarship had not yet solidified. Before the museum became an institution devoted to classification, preservation, and public education, Europe experienced a remarkable period in which collecting operated according to very different principles. During the 16th and 17th centuries, aristocrats, scholars, physicians, merchants, princes, and natural philosophers assembled extraordinary collections, known today as cabinets of curiosity. These collections attempted nothing less than the gathering of the entire world into a single room. The Cabinet of Curiosity emerged during a period of profound transformation. Europe was expanding outward through exploration, maritime trade, colonial encounters, scientific investigation, religious conflict, and technological innovation. New plants arrived from the Americas. Previously unknown animals entered European consciousness through travelers' reports. Ancient texts resurfaced through Renaissance humanism. Printing accelerated the circulation of information. Global trade connected distant societies with unprecedented intensity. The known world appeared to be expanding faster than existing intellectual frameworks could contain it. The Cabinet of Curiosity became one response to this expansion. If the world was becoming larger and more complex, perhaps it could be gathered, organized, and contemplated through collections capable of representing universal knowledge in miniature. The German term Wunderkammer, usually translated as Cabinet of Wonders, captures this ambition especially well. The purpose of the collection was not simply to possess rare things, it was to create wonder. Wonder occupied a central position within Renaissance and early modern intellectual life, because it represented the emotional response generated when ordinary understanding encountered something unexpected, extraordinary, or difficult to explain. Lorraine Daston and Catherine Park have argued that wonder functioned as an epistemological category, rather than merely an emotional state. Astonishment signaled an opportunity for investigation. Strange objects attracted attention precisely because they challenged existing assumptions about nature, creation, and knowledge. The cabinet, therefore, became a theatre of wonder, where visitors confronted the diversity and mystery of the world directly. Unlike modern museums, cabinets rarely separated natural and artificial objects. Collectors frequently organized their holdings into broad categories, such as naturalia and artificialia. Naturalia included shells, minerals, fossils, corals, animal specimens, unusual plants, and biological curiosities. Artificialia encompassed artworks, antiquities, mechanical devices, jewelry, manuscripts, and crafted objects. Yet these categories remained porous. A beautifully formed shell might be appreciated aesthetically. A carved ivory sculpture might be admired as a natural material transformed by human ingenuity. The distinction between nature and culture remained fluid. What mattered was not strict classification, but the capacity of the object to inspire curiosity and reveal hidden relationships within creation. The collection assembled by Ferrante Imperato in Naples provides one of the most famous visual representations of this early modern worldview. An engraving published in 1599 depicts visitors standing inside a room whose walls and ceiling are covered with shells, fish, reptiles, books, minerals, and preserved specimens. The space appears almost overwhelmed by objects. Modern viewers often interpret such rooms as cluttered or chaotic, yet their apparent disorder conceals a deeper intellectual ambition. The collector sought to assemble a microcosm reflecting the structure of the macrocosm. The room itself became a model of the universe. Every object participated in a larger effort to understand creation through accumulation and comparison. This aspiration toward universal knowledge reflected Renaissance intellectual traditions deeply influenced by Neoplatonism, Hermeticism, and natural philosophy. Many collectors believed the world possessed hidden correspondences linking seemingly unrelated phenomena. A coral branch might reveal relationships between mineral and animal life. A rare gemstone could demonstrate divine geometrical order. An exotic animal from distant lands might illuminate the diversity of God's creation. The cabinet, therefore, functioned not merely as storage, but as a machine for discovering connections. Collectors moved continually between observation, speculation, comparison, and interpretation. The collection became a laboratory of thought. One of the most remarkable examples was the collection of Ole Worm, the Danish physician and antiquarian whose museum attracted visitors from across Europe. Worm assembled natural specimens, archaeological artifacts, ethnographic materials, manuscripts, and scientific instruments. His collection included objects that modern scholars would place in entirely different institutions. Yet Worm understood them as components of a single intellectual project. He sought to investigate the world through material evidence. Particularly significant was his willingness to challenge inherited assumptions. When confronted with the famous unicorn horns, prized throughout Europe, Worm concluded they were actually narwhal tusks. The cabinet thus reveals a transitional moment when wonder began evolving into empirical inquiry. Curiosity increasingly demanded verification. The persistence of unicorn horns within collections demonstrates how cabinets occupied a space between medieval and modern modes of knowledge. Many collectors genuinely believed such objects possessed magical or medicinal properties. Unicorn horns were thought capable of detecting poison. Dragons appeared in illustrations and preserved specimens. Mermaids occasionally entered collections through fabricated artifacts, assembled from animal remains. Modern audiences often regard these objects as evidence of credulity, yet such interpretations underestimate the complexity of the period. Collectors operated within intellectual systems where myth, observation, theology, and natural philosophy intersected. The boundaries separating fact and speculation had not yet stabilized. The cabinet therefore documents a world in the process of learning how to distinguish evidence from legend. The arrival of objects from newly encountered regions transformed these collections dramatically. European expansion brought unprecedented quantities of materials from Africa, Asia, the Americas, and the Pacific. Featherwork from Mexico, carved ivories from West Africa, porcelain from China, lacquerware from Japan, and countless other objects entered princely collections. These materials often appeared alongside Roman antiquities and local natural specimens. The result was an emerging global consciousness expressed through collecting. For the first time, many Europeans could encounter material evidence of distant societies without traveling abroad. Cabinets became spaces where global exchange materialized visibly. Yet this expansion also reflected asymmetrical power relationships. Many objects entered European collections through colonial networks, missionary activity, unequal trade systems, or outright appropriation. Modern museums continue grappling with the legacies of these practices. The Cabinet of Curiosity therefore occupies an ambiguous position in history. It represents both genuine intellectual openness and the beginnings of imperial collecting traditions that would later shape major museum institutions. Objects were admired, studied, and preserved, but they were often removed from their original cultural context in the process. Samuel Quichberg's influential 1565 treatise on collecting reveals how systematic these ambitions had become. Often regarded as one of the earliest museum theorists, Quichberg proposed methods for organizing collections capable of representing all branches of knowledge. His vision anticipated later museums, while retaining the encyclopedic aspirations of the cabinet tradition. He imagined collections functioning as theaters of memory, where visitors could encounter the totality of human understanding through material objects. The collection was not merely private property. It became an educational instrument. The relationship between cabinets and memory deserves particular attention. Mary Curators has demonstrated how pre-modern intellectual culture relied heavily upon spatial memory techniques. Knowledge was frequently organized through imagined architectural structures, filled with memorable images. Cabinets of curiosity externalized this process physically. The collector arranged objects spatially to facilitate recollection, comparison, and contemplation. Walking through the collection became a form of intellectual navigation. Objects served as mnemonic anchors linking diverse fields of knowledge together. This mnemonic function helps explain why cabinets often appeared visually overwhelming. Density itself possessed meaning. Abundance demonstrated the richness of creation. A crowded room filled with objects communicated intellectual ambition more effectively than a sparsely arranged display. Visitors were expected to move slowly, examining details, discovering relationships, and engaging in conversation. The collection encouraged associative thinking. Knowledge emerged through juxtaposition rather than categorical separation. Athanasius Kircher embodied this approach perhaps more completely than any other figure of the 17th century. A Jesuit scholar active in Rome, Kircher assembled collections encompassing natural history, archaeology, linguistics, optics, mechanics, Egyptology, music, and theology. His museum reflected an extraordinary conviction that all knowledge could ultimately be unified. Egyptian obelisks, magnetic devices, fossils, automata, and religious artifacts coexisted within a single interpretive framework. Kircher sought universal synthesis. Although many of his conclusions were later disproven, his intellectual ambition captures the spirit of the cabinet age. The collection became a model of interconnected reality. Scientific instruments occupied an increasingly important place within these environments. Telescopes, microscopes, globes, clocks, astrolabes, and measuring devices appeared alongside artworks and natural specimens. Their presence reflected changing attitudes toward observation. The scientific revolution was beginning to reshape intellectual culture. Figures such as Galileo, Kepler, Hooke, and Bacon promoted new methods of investigation, grounded in evidence and experimentation. Cabinets absorbed these developments while retaining older traditions of wonder. They became spaces where emerging science and inherited cosmologies coexisted uneasily. The role of the collector also changed during this period. Medieval treasuries often emphasized guardianship of sacred or dynastic objects. Renaissance collectors increasingly defined themselves through knowledge. Possessing rare objects signaled intellectual sophistication. Collections became extensions of personal identity. To assemble a cabinet was to demonstrate engagement with the wider world. The collector emerged as both scholar and curator, organizing material evidence into meaningful narratives. Women participated in these collecting cultures as well, though historical accounts have often marginalized their contributions. Noblewomen assembled botanical collections, commissioned illustrated manuscripts, preserved family archives, and cultivated networks of exchange. Anna Maria Sibylla Merian's work on insects and natural history exemplifies how collecting, observation, and artistic practice could intersect. Her investigations challenged conventional assumptions while expanding scientific knowledge through direct engagement with specimens. Collections, therefore, cannot be understood solely as masculine enterprises. They formed a part of broader intellectual networks involving diverse participants. The visual representation of cabinets became an artistic genre in its own right. Paintings depicting collectors surrounded by objects proliferated during the 17th century, especially in the Dutch Republic. Artists such as Franz Franken the Younger created elaborate gallery paintings filled with artworks, antiquities, scientific instruments, and exotic specimens. These images functioned simultaneously as records, celebrations, and intellectual statements. They visualized abundance. More importantly, they portrayed collecting itself as a cultural activity worthy of representation. Over time, however, the very success of collecting generated new problems. As collections expanded, the dream of universal knowledge became increasingly difficult to sustain. The number of known species grew rapidly. Archaeological discoveries multiplied. Global trade introduced ever more objects. Information accumulated faster than traditional systems could organize it. Collectors confronted a fundamental challenge. Wonder alone could no longer manage the expanding volume of material. New forms of classification became necessary. The work of Carl Linnaeus in the 18th century illustrates this transition vividly. Linnaeus developed systematic methods for naming and categorizing living organisms. His taxonomic approach reflected broader intellectual shifts toward order, specialization, and scientific classification. The Cabinet of Curiosity had celebrated diversity. Enlightenment institutions increasingly sought structure. Collections began evolving from assemblages of wonders into repositories organized according to disciplinary principles. The museum was beginning to emerge. This transformation did not eliminate wonder entirely, rather wonder changed its form. Visitors continued to experience amazement, but increasingly within frameworks designed to educate, as well as astonish. Objects were grouped by geography, chronology, function, or scientific category. Labels proliferated. Catalogues expanded. Institutions developed professional staff responsible for preservation and interpretation. The cabinet's intimate atmosphere gradually gave way to larger public spaces, dedicated to systematic knowledge. Yet the legacy of the Cabinet of Curiosity remains visible today. Modern museums continue pursuing many of the same questions that animated early collectors. How should objects be organized? What stories do collections tell about the world? Who decides which objects deserve preservation? How can material things generate understanding? The cabinet represents an important reminder that museums did not originate as neutral institutions. They emerged from deeply human desires to gather, compare, classify, and make sense of reality. Inside the museum, after hours, traces of the cabinet still linger beneath contemporary systems of order. A fossil displayed beside a dinosaur skeleton, a meteorite exhibited in a natural history gallery, a ceremonial mask preserved within an ethnographic collection, or an ancient manuscript protected within a library archive, all descend from earlier traditions of collecting that refused to separate knowledge into rigid categories. The Cabinet of Curiosity reminds us that the museum was not born from certainty, but from wonder. Before museums taught visitors what to know, cabinets taught collectors how little they understood. They emerged from a world expanding faster than existing explanations could contain, a world where shells, stars, relics, fossils, paintings, machines, and mythical creatures seemed to belong within the same conversation. In that sense, the cabinet was more than a room filled with objects. It was an attempt to hold the universe together at the precise moment it was becoming too vast to comprehend. If the Cabinet of Curiosity attempted to gather the world into a room, the modern museum attempted to gather society around a shared understanding of the world. The distinction may seem subtle at first, but it marks one of the most significant transformations in the history of collecting. Cabinets of Curiosity were generally private environments. Access depended upon status, invitation, patronage, or scholarly connection. The collector stood at the center of the intellectual universe, organizing objects according to personal systems of knowledge and wonder. By contrast, the modern museum emerged from a radically different premise. Collections increasingly claimed to serve not merely individual curiosity, but collective education. Objects were no longer gathered only to astonish visitors. They were arranged to instruct them. The museum became an institution through which societies attempted to define knowledge, construct historical narratives, and shape public consciousness itself. This transformation did not occur suddenly. Like most major cultural changes, it unfolded gradually across centuries through overlapping political, intellectual, and social developments. The Enlightenment played a crucial role in this process because it introduced new assumptions about reason, evidence, classification, and public knowledge. Enlightenment thinkers increasingly argued that knowledge should circulate more broadly rather than remain confined within aristocratic courts, monasteries, or scholarly networks. Libraries expanded, scientific academies proliferated, encyclopedias sought to organize all branches of learning systematically. New ideas emerged regarding citizenship, education, and the relationship between knowledge and public life. The museum would eventually become one of the most important institutional expressions of these ambitions. Underlying this transformation was a profound shift in attitudes toward objects themselves. During earlier periods, collections often derive value from rarity, sacred significance, dynastic prestige, or personal curiosity. Enlightenment culture increasingly emphasized evidence. Objects became sources of information. A fossil could reveal the history of life. An ancient coin could illuminate political history. A sculpture might demonstrate artistic development across centuries. Collections, therefore, acquired new functions. They became archives of material knowledge. The object was no longer simply admired. It was studied, compared, classified, and interpreted within broader systems of understanding. Michel Foucault's concept of the episteme offers a useful framework for understanding this transition. Foucault argued that different historical periods organize knowledge according to underlying structures that determine what can be known and how knowledge is produced. The cabinet of curiosity belonged largely to a Renaissance episteme centered upon resemblance, correspondence, and wonder. The museum emerged within a modern episteme, emphasizing classification, order, and systematic observation. The change was not merely institutional. It reflected a deeper transformation in how Europeans understood the relationship between objects and knowledge. The museum became a machine for producing intelligibility. The British Museum, founded in 1753, is often identified as one of the first truly public museums. Its origins reveal many of the tensions embedded within the birth of the modern museum. The institution emerged from the collection of Sir Hans Sloane, a physician, naturalist, and collector whose holdings included tens of thousands of books, manuscripts, natural specimens, antiquities, coins, and artworks. Parliament purchased the collection after Sloane's death and established the museum through an Act of Parliament. For the first time, a major national collection was formally dedicated to public benefit. This development was revolutionary because it redefined ownership. Knowledge was no longer conceived exclusively as private property. It became part of the national commons. Yet the notion of public requires careful examination. Access remained limited. Visitors often needed written applications. Social barriers persisted. Educational disparities shaped who could benefit from these collections. The museum proclaimed universality while remaining embedded within unequal social structures. Tony Bennett has argued that museums functioned as instruments of the exhibitionary complex, institutions that simultaneously educated populations and disciplined them. Museums did not simply display objects. They taught citizens how to behave, observe, classify, and interpret. Public access expanded, but it expanded within carefully controlled environments. The architecture of early museums reflected these ambitions. Buildings increasingly adopted monumental forms associated with civic authority. Classical columns, symmetrical facades, grand staircases, and imposing galleries communicated stability, rationality, and the permanence. The museum became a secular temple of knowledge. Carol Duncan has argued that museum architecture often functions ritualistically, guiding visitors through carefully choreographed experiences, resembling ceremonial movement through sacred space. Entering the museum involved crossing a threshold into a domain where objects acquired special status. The architecture reinforced the authority of the institution itself. The Louvre provides perhaps the clearest example of this transformation. Prior to the French Revolution, the Louvre functioned primarily as a royal palace. Following revolutionary upheaval, it was transformed into a public museum. This conversion carried enormous symbolic significance. Objects once associated with monarchical privilege became redefined as national patrimony. The collection no longer belonged to a king. It belonged, at least in theory, to the people. Revolutionary leaders understood the museum as an educational institution capable of forming citizens. Art could cultivate taste. Historical objects could reinforce collective identity The museum became an instrument of nation-building. The French Revolution fundamentally altered the political meaning of collections. Throughout Europe, rulers, churches, and aristocratic families had accumulated artworks, manuscripts, treasures, and antiquities as symbols of authority. Revolutionary ideology challenged these forms of ownership. Objects increasingly became understood as cultural heritage rather than private wealth. This shift remains foundational to modern museum practice. When visitors enter a museum today, they often assume collections exist for public benefit. That assumption emerged historically through political struggles surrounding ownership, citizenship, and access. The Enlightenment obsession with classification profoundly shaped museum development. Figures such as Carl Linnaeus transformed natural history through taxonomic systems organizing plants and animals according to standardized categories. Similar approaches influence archaeology, anthropology, geology, and art history. Collections expanded rapidly, requiring new methods of organization. Museums responded by creating departments, classifications, catalogues, and display systems. Objects became legible through their placement within larger frameworks. Order itself became a form of knowledge. This development reflects what Benedict Anderson later described as one of the institutional foundations of modern nationhood. Alongside censuses and maps, museums helped create imagined communities. They constructed narratives about collective origins, shared histories, and cultural continuity. Ancient artifacts became evidence of national ancestry. Paintings illustrated cultural achievement. Archaeological discoveries reinforced territorial claims. Museums transformed objects into historical narratives, capable of linking individuals to larger communities, extending across time. The rise of art history as a discipline further accelerated these transformations. During earlier periods, artworks often circulated within religious, dynastic, or decorative contexts. Museums increasingly reorganized them chronologically and stylistically. Visitors encountered sequences, illustrating artistic development across centuries. The very concept of art history emerged through museum display. Paintings became examples within narratives of progress, influence, innovation, and cultural achievement. Alexander Dorner later observed that museums do not simply preserve history, they actively construct historical understanding through display. The emergence of archaeological museums similarly transformed perceptions of the past. Ancient Greece, Rome, Egypt, Mesopotamia, and other civilizations increasingly became accessible through material remains. Archaeological objects were removed from original contexts and incorporated into institutional narratives. The museum transformed fragments into history. Visitors learned to understand civilizations through artifacts arranged systematically within galleries. This process expanded historical consciousness, while simultaneously introducing new forms of interpretation and authority. Natural history museums developed along parallel lines. Collections of fossils, minerals, plants, and animals evolved into institutions dedicated to scientific education. Charles Wilson Peale's museum in Philadelphia provides an important example. Peale envisioned a museum that would combine scientific inquiry, public education, and national identity. His displays arranged specimens systematically to reveal patterns within nature. Visitors were encouraged to perceive order underlying apparent diversity. The museum became a visual encyclopedia. This encyclopedic ambition reflected broader Enlightenment ideals. Denis Diderot and Jean-Laurent d'Alembert's Encyclopédie sought to gather and organize all human knowledge. Museums pursued similar goals materially. The collection became a physical counterpart to the encyclopedia. Objects functioned as evidence. Knowledge became visible. The visitor moved through spaces designed to transform observation into understanding. Yet the museum's claim to neutrality deserves scrutiny. Contemporary scholarship increasingly emphasizes that museums do not merely reflect reality, they interpret it. Every display involves choices regarding selection, arrangement, emphasis, and omission. Pierre Bourdieu demonstrated that cultural institutions often reproduce social hierarchies, even while presenting themselves as universally accessible. Museums educate, but they also privilege certain forms of knowledge over others. They establish standards of value. They define which objects matter and why. These tensions became especially visible within colonial contexts. European empires acquired enormous quantities of artifacts through exploration, conquest, trade, and excavation. Museums benefited enormously from imperial expansion. Objects from Africa, Asia, Oceania, and the Americas entered European institutions in unprecedented numbers. They were often displayed according to frameworks developed by colonial powers, rather than originating cultures. The museum became entangled with global systems of authority. Collections expanded, but so did questions regarding ownership, representation, and cultural power. The 19th century witnessed an extraordinary proliferation of museums across Europe and North America. National galleries, natural history museums, archaeological museums, ethnographic collections, and scientific institutions multiplied rapidly. Governments increasingly supported museum construction. Public education became a central objective. Industrialization, urbanization, and mass literacy created new audiences. The museum evolved into a cornerstone of civic life. One reason museums proved so successful was their ability to reconcile seemingly contradictory ambitions. They preserved the past while promoting progress. They educated citizens while entertaining visitors. They celebrated national identity while claiming universal significance. They functioned as scholarly institutions while remaining public attractions. This flexibility allowed museums to occupy a unique position within modern society. The philosopher Christophe Paumian has argued that museum objects become semiophores, material things whose primary function is symbolic, rather than practical. Removed from ordinary circulation, they acquire new meanings through display. A ceremonial vessel no longer serves ritual functions. A weapon is no longer used in combat. A manuscript is no longer simply read. Within the museum, objects become carriers of historical significance. Their value derives from interpretation, rather than utility. The museum transforms things into signs. This transformation affects visitors as much as objects. Museums teach ways of seeing. They encourage slow observation, comparison, reflection, and historical imagination. Visitors learn to perceive objects not merely as physical things, but as evidence, artworks, artifacts, specimens, or cultural heritage. The museum therefore produces particular forms of attention. It shapes perception itself. By the late 19th century, the museum had become one of the defining institutions of modernity, yet traces of earlier traditions remained visible. The cabinet of curiosity never disappeared entirely. Wonder persisted alongside classification. Spectacle coexisted with scholarship. Visitors continued seeking amazement, even as institutions emphasized education. The modern museum emerged not through the replacement of curiosity, but through its reorganization. When crowds have departed and galleries fall silent, the institution reveals its layered history. The ordered displays of paintings, fossils, antiquities, and artifacts appear inevitable, yet they are the product of centuries of intellectual transformation. Behind every label stands a history of classification. Behind every gallery lies a theory of knowledge. Behind every collection rests a decision about what deserves preservation and what does not. The birth of the modern museum was therefore not simply the creation of a building. It was the invention of a new way of organizing reality itself. The museum emerged from Enlightenment ambitions to gather knowledge, educate citizens, preserve heritage, and make the world intelligible. Yet it also inherited older desires for wonder, memory, prestige, and meaning. In this sense, the modern museum became something unprecedented, a place where societies attempted to transform objects into knowledge, knowledge into history, and history into a shared vision of who they believed themselves to be. If the birth of the modern museum transformed collections into instruments of public education, the Napoleonic era transformed them into instruments of power on an unprecedented scale. The museum had emerged during the Enlightenment as a place where knowledge could be gathered, organized, and displayed for collective benefit. Yet almost immediately, another question emerged alongside this idealistic vision. If museums represented the cultural achievements of humanity, who had the right to possess those achievements? Could works of art belong to individual cities, kingdoms, churches, or communities? Or did they belong to civilization itself? And if they belonged to civilization, who had the authority to decide where they should be displayed? Few historical figures confronted these questions more dramatically than Napoleon Bonaparte. Under his rule, Europe witnessed one of the largest transfers of cultural property in history. Paintings, sculptures, manuscripts, scientific collections, antiquities, and religious treasures flowed into France from conquered territories across the continent. The museum became not only a repository of knowledge, but a visible expression of imperial dominance. The history of museums can therefore never be separated from the history of the empire. The French Revolution had already transformed the relationship between art and political authority before Napoleon emerged as a central figure. During the Ancien Regime, many of Europe's most significant collections belonged to monarchs, aristocrats, and religious institutions. Revolutionary governments challenged these forms of ownership. Objects once associated with royal privilege were redefined as national property. The Louvre itself, transformed from royal palace into public museum during the Revolution, embodied this shift. Art no longer existed solely to glorify kings. It became part of the symbolic inheritance of the nation. Yet revolutionary leaders soon confronted a practical question. If France represented the political and intellectual vanguard of humanity, should not the greatest artistic achievements of civilization reside within its borders? This idea did not emerge from greed alone. It rested upon a distinctive philosophical argument. Revolutionary thinkers increasingly presented France not merely as a nation among nations, but as the embodiment of universal values. Liberty, reason, citizenship, and enlightenment were portrayed as principles transcending geography. If France represented humanity's political future, then gathering humanity's greatest cultural achievements within Paris could be framed as an act of historical necessity rather than simple conquest. Artworks were not merely trophies. They became evidence supporting a larger ideological claim. Paris would become the capital of civilization itself. Napoleon inherited and expanded these ambitions dramatically. His military campaigns reshaped Europe between the late 18th and early 19th centuries, producing enormous political and territorial changes. Yet armies were often accompanied by scholars, artists, engineers, archaeologists, surveyors, and administrators. Cultural acquisition became integrated into military strategy. Treaties imposed upon defeated states frequently included clauses requiring the transfer of artworks, manuscripts, antiquities, and scientific collections. Conquest operated simultaneously through military force and cultural appropriation. The museum became one of the empire's most visible monuments. Among the most famous examples was the removal of masterpieces from Italy. For centuries, Italian cities had accumulated extraordinary artistic wealth through patronage, religious devotion, and civic competition. Venice, Florence, Rome, Bologna, Parma, and countless other centers contained works regarded as among the greatest achievements of European civilization. Following French victories in northern Italy, commissioners systematically selected paintings and sculptures for transport to Paris. Veronese's wedding feast at Cana, Raphael's Transfiguration, Titian's works, ancient Roman sculptures, and numerous other masterpieces entered French collections. Convoys carrying artworks crossed the Alps accompanied by military escorts. The movement of cultural objects became a public spectacle designed to celebrate imperial success. The symbolism of these transfers mattered enormously. When seized artworks arrived in Paris, they were often incorporated into ceremonial processions. Crowds gathered to witness the arrival of treasures from conquered territories. These spectacles communicated a clear message. Military victory had produced cultural supremacy. The empire was not merely expanding geographically. It was absorbing the achievements of history itself. Art became visible evidence of political authority. The philosopher Antoine Quatremer de Quincy emerged as one of the most important critics of these practices. Writing during the 1790s, Quatremer argued that artworks could not be understood apart from their original contexts. A painting created for a church, a sculpture designed for a specific civic space, or an architectural fragment embedded within a historical environment possessed meanings inseparable from place. Removing such objects risked destroying relationships essential to their interpretation. Quatremer's letters, opposing the seizure of Italian art, constitute one of the earliest major theoretical defenses of cultural context. His arguments anticipated many contemporary debates concerning repatriation and cultural heritage. Quatremer's critique challenged the universalist assumptions underlying revolutionary collecting. French officials often claimed that relocating artworks to Paris benefited humanity because it concentrated masterpieces within a single, accessible institution. Quatremer responded that civilization was not strengthened through centralization. Cultural meaning emerged through historical environments, local traditions, and collective memory. The museum's desire to gather the world into one place risked severing objects from the very conditions that had produced them. This tension remains foundational to museum history. On one side stood the encyclopedic ideal. Bringing objects together allowed visitors to compare cultures, trace artistic developments, and encounter humanity's achievements collectively. On the other side stood arguments emphasizing context, locality, and cultural continuity. The Napoleonic era forced these competing visions into direct confrontation. The Egyptian campaign of 1798 intensified these dynamics dramatically. Napoleon's invasion of Egypt is often remembered as a military enterprise, but it was equally an intellectual project. More than 100 scholars accompanied the expedition, documenting monuments, collecting artifacts, recording inscriptions, and studying Egyptian society. Their work eventually culminated in the monumental Description de l'Égypte, one of the most ambitious scholarly publications of the 19th century. Egypt became both a battlefield and an archive. The Rosetta Stone exemplifies the complicated relationship between conquest and knowledge during this period. Discovered by French forces in 1799, the stone contained inscriptions in hieroglyphic, Demotic, and Greek scripts. Although the artifact was ultimately transferred to British possession following French defeat, its discovery transformed Egyptology permanently. The object became a key to deciphering ancient Egyptian writing. Here the museum's paradox appears clearly. Imperial expansion frequently produced violence and dispossession, yet it also generated forms of knowledge that reshaped historical understanding. The same object could simultaneously represent scholarly achievement and colonial extraction. Edward Said's concept of Orientalism provides a useful framework for understanding these developments. Said argued that European representations of the East were deeply entangled with structures of political domination. Knowledge production often reinforced imperial authority. Museums participated actively in this process. Objects from Egypt, India, the Ottoman Empire, Africa, and Asia entered European collections, where they were interpreted through frameworks constructed by imperial powers. Display became a form of representation, and representation became a form of power. The Louvre itself evolved significantly during this period. Renamed the Musée Napoléon in 1803, the institution became a visible embodiment of imperial ambition. Visitors encountered artworks gathered from across Europe arranged within grand galleries, celebrating French authority. The museum presented itself as a universal collection, yet its universality depended heavily upon conquest. Paris appeared as the center of civilization because objects had been transported there through military and political force. Art historian Andrew McClellan has argued that the Musée Napoléon represented an entirely new model of cultural power. Earlier rulers accumulated treasures primarily for dynastic prestige. Napoleon sought something broader. He attempted to transform cultural possession into a public demonstration of imperial legitimacy. The museum functioned as a stage upon which political authority could be performed. Visitors did not simply observe artworks, they witnessed the material geography of the empire. The appropriation of antiquities also accelerated during this era. Classical Greece and Rome occupied central positions within European intellectual life. Ancient sculptures were increasingly regarded as universal masterpieces, transcending national boundaries. This perception encouraged collectors and governments to justify the removal of antiquities from their places of origin. If classical civilization belonged to humanity as a whole, then powerful states could claim authority to preserve and display its remains. Such arguments would later influence the formation of many major museum collections. The case of the horses of St. Mark illustrates these dynamics vividly. Originally created in antiquity and later displayed in Venice, the bronze horses were seized by Napoleon in 1797 and transported to Paris. Installed atop the Arc de Triomphe du Carrousel, they became symbols of imperial victory. Their relocation demonstrated how objects could acquire new meanings through movement. The horses no longer represented Venetian identity. They now celebrated French conquest. Material culture became politically mobile. Yet imperial collecting generated resistance as well. Across Europe, intellectuals, artists, clergy, and local communities protested the removal of cultural treasures. Their objections were not merely aesthetic. They reflected emerging ideas about national identity and historical belonging. As the 19th century progressed, cultural heritage became increasingly linked to collective memory. Artworks were understood not simply as beautiful objects, but as components of national narratives. The seizure of cultural property therefore appeared as an assault upon historical identity itself. The defeat of Napoleon in 1815 transformed these debates dramatically. Allied powers confronted a difficult question. Should seized artworks remain in France or be returned to their places of origin? The resulting negotiations produced one of the earliest large-scale restitution efforts in modern history. Many works were returned to Italy, the Netherlands, Germany, and other regions. Antonio Canova played a particularly important role in recovering Italian masterpieces. Acting on behalf of the Papal States, the sculptor successfully advocated for the repatriation of numerous works removed during French occupation. The return of these objects marked an important turning point. For perhaps the first time, large numbers of cultural artifacts were restored explicitly because they were believed to belong within particular historical and geographical contexts. Modern repatriation debates often trace intellectual ancestry to this moment. Questions regarding ownership, cultural rights, and historical justice became increasingly visible. The relationship between empire and collecting did not end with Napoleon's defeat. During the 19th century, European powers increasingly projected military force beyond Europe itself, and cultural objects became entangled within expanding imperial networks. One of the most consequential examples occurred in China during the Second Opium War. In 1860, British and French forces entered Beijing and systematically looted and burnt the imperial gardens known as the Yuanmingyuan, or Old Summer Palace. The vast complex had been constructed over generations by Qing emperors and contained extraordinary collections of paintings, calligraphy, bronzes, jade carvings, porcelain, clocks, manuscripts, rare books, ritual objects, and diplomatic gifts gathered from across the empire and beyond. Contemporary observers described storehouses filled with treasures accumulated over centuries. Following military occupation, soldiers, officers, diplomats, and civilians removed enormous quantities of objects before the complex was deliberately burned. Victor Hugo, writing shortly afterward, condemned the destruction as an assault on world civilization itself, describing the event as a crime committed jointly by two great powers against one of humanity's most remarkable cultural achievements. The destruction of Yuanmingyuan remains one of the most traumatic episodes in the history of cultural heritage. The consequences of the looting extended far beyond the 19th century. The dispersal of Chinese imperial and cultural treasures also continued through the later episodes of foreign military intervention, especially the occupation of Beijing by the Eight-Nation Alliance in 1900. Imperial Chinese bronzes, jade carvings, cloisonné enamels, porcelain manuscripts, and decorative arts entered institutions throughout Britain, France, Germany, and other countries. Many of the Chinese antiquities displayed in European collections today arrived through the broader context of imperial expansion, unequal treaties, military intervention, and the destruction of the Qing imperial collections. Scholars such as James Hevier and Louise Tithicott have argued that the dispersal of Yuanmingyuan transformed Chinese cultural heritage into a global question of ownership, memory, and restitution. Much as Napoleonic sieges forced Europeans to confront questions about the movement of cultural property, the fate of the old summer palace continues to shape contemporary debates regarding repatriation, colonial collecting, and the responsibilities of museums toward objects acquired during periods of imperial domination. The ruins of Yuanmingyuan remain not only a monument to loss, but also a reminder that many of the world's great museum collections were formed through histories of conflict as well as preservation. Not all objects returned, however. Others had been dispersed, damaged, or incorporated permanently into new institutional frameworks. The museum's identity had already changed. Even after Napoleon's fall, the idea of the Universal Museum continued exerting powerful influence. Institutions increasingly sought to represent the entirety of human civilization through comprehensive collections. The tension between universal access and cultural ownership persisted. The Napoleonic era also transformed the role of the curator. Earlier collectors often operated according to personal interests and informal systems of organization. Large-scale transfers of cultural property required administrators capable of cataloging, conserving, transporting, and displaying vast quantities of material. Museum practice became increasingly professionalized. The modern curator emerged partly from these logistical demands. Classification, documentation, and exhibition acquired new importance. At a theoretical level, Napoleon's cultural policies reveal a fundamental contradiction embedded within modern museums. Museums frequently present themselves as guardians of humanity's shared heritage. Yet many collections originated through unequal distributions of power. The same institution can function simultaneously as a site of education and a product of historical dispossession. This duality continues shaping contemporary debates surrounding restitution, decolonization, and cultural ownership. Benedict Anderson's notion of imagined communities becomes particularly relevant here. Museums help nations imagine themselves through objects. Paintings, artifacts, monuments, and antiquities were arranged into narratives explaining collective origins and historical continuity. Napoleon recognized the political potential of this process. Cultural heritage could unify populations, legitimize governments, and project authority. The museum became a tool for constructing identity at both national and imperial scales. The legacy of these developments extends far beyond France. The Napoleonic era established precedents that would echo throughout the 19th and 20th centuries as empires, armies, and nation-states increasingly treated cultural heritage as a strategic resource. Artworks, manuscripts, antiquities, and sacred objects became entangled with conquest, diplomacy, nationalism, and political authority. From the imperial expansion of European powers in Asia and Africa to the systematic cultural plunder carried out during the Second World War, the movement of objects through force would continue shaping many of the collections that populate museums today. The 20th century introduced another devastating chapter in the history of art looting through the systematic cultural plunder carried out by Nazi Germany. During the Second World War, the Nazi regime confiscated paintings, sculptures, manuscripts, religious objects, and private collections across occupied Europe, with Jewish families, dealers, collectors, and cultural institutions especially targeted. This was not random theft, but an organized campaign supported by state bureaucracy, racial ideology, and military occupation. Works were seized for Hitler's planned museum in Linz, for private Nazi officials, or for sale to fund the regime. Entire family collections disappeared into warehouses, castles, auction networks, and museum systems. The consequences continue today, because many works passed through complex chains of ownership after the war, making provenance research one of the most important ethical responsibilities of modern museums. Nazi looting revealed with brutal clarity that cultural property is not only about beauty or scholarship, it is also about violence, displacement, identity, and historical justice. Inside the museum after hours, many of these histories remain invisible. Visitors admire paintings, sculptures, manuscripts, and antiquities without always considering the journeys that brought them there. Yet countless objects bear traces of conflict, negotiation, conquest, diplomacy, and displacement. The gallery wall often conceals histories of movement. The museum label rarely captures the full complexity of ownership. Napoleon's era reminds us that museums were never created solely through scholarship and preservation. They were also shaped by armies, empires, treaties, and political ambition. The dream of assembling humanity's achievements within a single institution carried extraordinary educational possibilities, but it also depended upon unequal distributions of power. The museum became both archive and trophy, classroom and monument, sanctuary and instrument of authority. The story of Napoleon and the looting of art therefore reveals something essential about museum history itself. Collections do not simply preserve the past. They embody struggles over who has the right to possess it, interpret it, and display it to the world. By the beginning of the 19th century, the museum had become far more than a building filled with objects. It had become a battlefield where competing visions of civilization, ownership, memory, and power confronted one another directly, and those debates continue shaping museums to this day. Long before it became the most visited museum in the world, the Louvre was a fortress. Constructed during the late 12th century, under Philip II Augustus, its original purpose had little to do with art, education, or public culture. Thick walls, defensive towers, and strategic positioning along the Seine reflected military concerns rather than aesthetic ones. Over the centuries, however, the structure evolved alongside the French monarchy itself. Medieval fortifications gave way to Renaissance palaces. Royal apartments expanded, courtyards multiplied. Successive rulers transformed the building into a visible expression of dynastic authority. By the 18th century, the Louvre stood not merely as a residence, but as a symbol of monarchy itself. Yet it would ultimately become something far more consequential. The transformation of the Louvre from royal palace into public museum altered the trajectory of museum history so profoundly that many assumptions modern visitors hold about museums today can be traced directly to this institution. The Louvre did not simply become a museum. It helped invent what the modern museum would mean. The significance of this transformation extends beyond architecture. Earlier collections, whether temple treasuries, princely galleries, cabinets of curiosity, or dynastic repositories, generally existed within systems of restricted access. Objects demonstrated power because they belonged to rulers, priests, aristocrats, or scholars. The Louvre introduced a radically different proposition. It presented cultural heritage as something that could belong to the nation itself. This idea appears almost self-evident today. We assume museums preserve collective inheritance, yet during most of history, such an assumption would have seemed strange. The Louvre helped normalize a revolutionary concept, that the greatest artistic achievements of civilization should be available to the public, and that cultural knowledge could function as a civic right rather than an aristocratic privilege. This transformation emerged directly from the French Revolution. When revolutionaries overthrew the Ancien regime, they inherited enormous collections accumulated through centuries of royal patronage. Paintings, sculptures, tapestries, manuscripts, antiquities, scientific instruments, decorative arts, and ceremonial objects suddenly became politically ambiguous. If monarchy had been rejected, what would happen to the cultural treasures associated with it? Revolutionary leaders confronted a dilemma. Destroying these collections would eliminate symbols of royal authority, but it would also erase significant portions of France's artistic heritage. Preserving them required a new justification. The solution was profound. The collections would no longer belong to the king. They would belong to the people. The opening of the Muséum Central des Arts in 1793 marked one of the most important moments in museum history. Located within the Louvre, the institution represented far more than the repurposing of an existing building. It embodied a new relationship between citizens and culture. Art became a public resource. Paintings previously visible only to privileged audiences entered a broader sphere of accessibility. The museum became a civic institution connected to education, citizenship, and collective identity. Visitors were encouraged to view masterpieces not as private possessions, but as components of shared national heritage. Tony Bennett argues that institutions, such as museums, played a crucial role in the formation of modern citizenship. Public access was not simply an act of generosity, it functioned as a technology of governance. Museums taught visitors how to behave, observe, classify, and interpret. They cultivated habits associated with modern civic life. Silence, attentiveness, orderly movement, aesthetic judgment, and historical awareness became part of the museum experience. The visitor entered not merely to look at objects, but to participate in a new form of public culture. In this sense, the museum became a school of citizenship. The revolutionary government understood these possibilities clearly. Art was expected to educate the population morally and intellectually. Paintings could teach history. Sculpture could exemplify virtue. Classical antiquities could model republican ideals. The museum, therefore, became intertwined with broader Enlightenment beliefs concerning the transformative power of knowledge. Rational citizens required access to cultural achievements. The museum emerged as one of the institutions through which that access could be organized. Yet the Louvre was never merely educational. It was also deeply political. Revolutionary leaders recognized that controlling cultural heritage meant controlling historical narratives. The museum offered an opportunity to redefine France's relationship to its past. Objects associated with monarchy could be reframed within a national story, transcending individual rulers. Artworks survived political upheaval by acquiring new meanings. What had once glorified dynastic power could now celebrate collective identity. The museum became an engine of historical reinterpretation. The relationship between revolution and preservation is particularly striking here. Revolutions often evoke images of destruction. Statues are toppled, symbols are dismantled, institutions collapse. Yet the French Revolution also generated unprecedented efforts to preserve cultural material. Archives were organized, collections were catalogued, monuments were documented. scholars worked to identify objects deemed worthy of protection. The museum emerged partly from this paradoxical combination of rupture and conservation. Revolutionary governments destroyed old political structures, while simultaneously creating new mechanisms for preserving cultural heritage. This process profoundly influenced how later nations understood museums. Benedict Anderson famously argued that nations are imagined communities, constructed through shared narratives, institutions, and symbols. Museums became one of the most important mechanisms through which these narratives were materialized. Paintings, artifacts, monuments, and historical objects provided tangible evidence of collective identity. Visitors encountered national history not as abstract information, but as visible material culture. The Louvre became a prototype for this process. The Napoleonic period expanded these developments dramatically. As discussed in the previous chapter, military victories brought enormous quantities of artworks into French possession. Masterpieces from Italy, the Netherlands, Germany, and elsewhere entered the museum's galleries. Under Napoleon, the Louvre became the Musée Napoléon, an institution intended to represent the cultural center of Europe itself. This transformation elevated the museum from national symbol to imperial statement. The collection no longer reflected only French achievement. It claimed authority over the artistic achievements of civilization more broadly. The ambition was extraordinary. Visitors could walk through galleries containing works by Raphael, Titian, Veronese, Rubens, and countless other artists, whose creations had previously remained dispersed across Europe. Never before had so many celebrated works been assembled within a single institution. The museum became an unprecedented visual encyclopedia. Art history itself appeared gathered under one roof. The idea that a museum could present a comprehensive narrative of civilization emerged with new force. This development fundamentally changed expectations regarding museums. Earlier collections often emphasized rarity or prestige. The Louvre emphasized comprehensiveness. It sought to represent history systematically. Objects were no longer merely accumulated. They were organized into narratives. Visitors encountered sequences illustrating artistic development across time. The museum became a machine for historical storytelling. Art historian Andrew McClellan argues that the Louvre helped establish a new model of cultural authority, grounded in display. The arrangement of objects communicated arguments about artistic achievement, national prestige, and historical progress. Galleries functioned rhetorically. Every placement implied relationships between artists, schools, periods, and civilizations. The museum became a form of visual scholarship. This emphasis on arrangement reflected broader intellectual changes occurring throughout Europe. Enlightenment thinkers increasingly valued classification as a means of producing knowledge. Natural history organized species, archaeology organized civilizations, libraries organized texts, museums organized objects. The display itself became epistemological. Knowledge emerged through ordering. Visitors learned not only from individual works, but from their placement within larger structures of interpretation. The Louvre's galleries therefore introduced a new way of seeing. Instead of encountering isolated masterpieces, visitors encountered systems. Paintings became examples within broader historical narratives. Ancient sculptures illustrated classical civilization. Renaissance works demonstrated artistic development. Objects acquired meaning through comparison. Art history emerged not simply as a scholarly discipline, but as a museum experience. This transformation affected artists as well. Students increasingly visited museums to study earlier works directly. The Louvre became a laboratory of artistic education. Painters copied masterpieces. Sculptors examined antiquities. Knowledge previously dispersed across Europe became concentrated within accessible spaces. The museum altered artistic training itself. Creation became intertwined with historical study. Yet the concentration of cultural treasures also generated criticism. Quatremer de Quincy and others argued that removing works from original contexts diminished their significance. A church altarpiece functioned differently within a gallery than within a sacred environment. Architectural sculptures lost relationships to the buildings for which they had been designed. Context, critics argued, was not incidental. It formed part of the work's meaning. These debates foreshadow many contemporary discussions surrounding museum display, repatriation, and cultural heritage. Nevertheless, the Louvre's influence continued expanding. Throughout the 19th century, nations across Europe and beyond increasingly developed museums inspired by its example. Institutions sought to collect, classify, preserve, and display objects in ways that would educate citizens and represent collective identity. The modern museum became a global phenomenon, and the Louvre stood at its center as both model and symbol. The most profound change may have been psychological. Before the Louvre, collections often reinforced social hierarchy by limiting access. After the Louvre, museums increasingly justified themselves through public service. Access remained imperfect and unequal, but the principle had changed. Cultural heritage was no longer understood solely as private property. It became part of a broader public sphere. Visitors entered museums not as guests of rulers, but as participants in a shared cultural project. This shift transformed expectations permanently. The museum, in other words, ceased being merely a place where objects were kept. It became a place where societies explained themselves. The Louvre demonstrated that collections could shape national identity, organize historical understanding, educate populations, and project political authority simultaneously. Museums would never be the same again. The Louvre's influence expanded far beyond France because it offered something larger than a successful museum. It provided a blueprint for how modern societies might organize collective memory. Throughout the 19th century, governments, scholars, and cultural reformers increasingly viewed museums as instruments capable of shaping national consciousness. Newly formed nations sought historical legitimacy. Expanding empires required narratives explaining their place within world history. Industrial societies confronted rapid social transformation and sought institutions that could provide continuity amidst change. The museum answered these needs with remarkable effectiveness. By assembling objects into coherent visual stories, it transformed material culture into historical narrative. Visitors could walk through galleries and encounter a carefully constructed version of civilization itself. The Louvre demonstrated that museums were not merely repositories of artifacts. They were machines for producing historical meaning. The spread of national museums across Europe reflected this realization. The Prado in Madrid, the Altes Museum in Berlin, the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam, and countless other institutions emerged within political environments, increasingly concerned with identity, citizenship, and historical legitimacy. Although each museum reflected local conditions, all participated in a broader transformation. Cultural heritage became a public resource through which nations could imagine themselves. Paintings, sculptures, archaeological discoveries, manuscripts, and decorative arts ceased functioning merely as isolated treasures. They became evidence. They testified to continuity between past and present. Visitors encountered not only objects, but stories explaining who they were and where they belonged within history. Museum architecture itself began reflecting these ambitions. The 19th century witnessed the emergence of what Carol Duncan has called the civilizing ritual of museum visitation. Museums increasingly resembled temples. Grand staircases, monumental facades, columned entrances, domes, and vast galleries created experiences of ceremonial approach. The visitor's movement through the building became carefully choreographed. One ascended steps, crossed thresholds, entered expansive halls, and progressed through sequences of ordered spaces. The architecture communicated authority before a single object had been viewed. Sacred buildings had long organized spiritual experiences through ritual movement. Museums adapted many of these strategies for secular purposes. The museum became a temple of culture. This resemblance was not accidental, as traditional religious authority encountered increasing challenges during the 19th century. Museums often assumed roles previously associated with sacred institutions. They preserved relics, though the relics now belonged to civilization rather than saints. They offered pilgrimage destinations, though visitors traveled to encounter masterpieces rather than holy remains. They cultivated reverence, contemplation, and collective memory. Duncan argues that museums function as ritual spaces where visitors participate in narratives concerning civilization, identity, and cultural value. The Louvre helped establish this model. Entering the museum became an act through which individuals encountered larger historical structures and located themselves within them. The development of art history as an academic discipline was inseparable from these transformations. Before museums assembled large collections systematically, studying artistic development across centuries remained extraordinarily difficult. Works were dispersed among churches, palaces, monasteries, and private collections. Comparison required extensive travel and privileged access. Museums altered this situation fundamentally. Paintings by different artists, periods, and regions could be viewed side by side. Patterns became visible. Schools emerged. Stylistic developments could be traced across time. Art history increasingly developed as a discipline because museums provided the physical conditions necessary for historical comparison. Johann Joachim Winckelmann had already pioneered new approaches to classical art during the 18th century, but museums expanded these possibilities dramatically. The arrangement of collections encouraged viewers to think historically. Objects no longer existed simply as beautiful artifacts. They became evidence of cultural development. Visitors learned to see change over time. Medieval art differed from Renaissance art. Renaissance art differed from Baroque art. Artistic production became intelligible through historical sequence. Museums, therefore, transformed not only what people saw, but how they thought about seeing. Historical consciousness became embedded within visual experience itself. Michel Foucault's concept of the episteme offers a useful framework for understanding this transformation. Foucault argued that different historical periods organize knowledge according to underlying structures determining what can be known and how knowledge is produced. Museums participated actively in these structures. They classified, arranged, and displayed objects according to particular assumptions concerning history, civilization, and cultural value. Visitors often experienced these arrangements as natural, yet every gallery reflected choices. Which objects deserved preservation? Which civilizations mattered? Which narratives organized display? Museums appeared neutral while quietly shaping historical understanding. Pierre Bourdieu later demonstrated that museums also participated in systems of cultural distinction. Access to museums expanded dramatically during the 19th century, but the ability to interpret what visitors encountered remained unevenly distributed. Appreciating art required forms of cultural knowledge, not possessed equally across society. Museums, therefore, occupied an ambiguous position. They promoted democratic access, while simultaneously reinforcing distinctions associated with education, class, and cultural capital. The Louvre became both a symbol of public culture and an institution through which social hierarchies could be reproduced. This tension remains visible in museums today. The rise of tourism further transformed the museum experience. Advances in transportation enabled increasing numbers of visitors to travel across national borders. Museums became destinations. By the late 19th century, the Louvre was no longer simply a French institution. It was becoming an international landmark. Travelers included museums within broader cultural itineraries. Guidebooks directed visitors toward particular masterpieces. certain objects acquired extraordinary fame. The museum experience gradually shifted from encountering collections as wholes towards seeking specific works considered essential. The modern concept of the masterpiece emerged partly through these developments. No object illustrates this process more clearly than the Mona Lisa. Today it functions almost as a symbol of the museum itself, yet its status developed gradually. Leonardo da Vinci's painting was admired long before the 20th century, but the theft of the work in 1911 transformed it into an international phenomenon. Newspapers across the world reported the disappearance. Public fascination intensified. When the painting was recovered 2 years later, its fame had multiplied dramatically. Reproductions circulated widely. Popular culture embraced the image. The painting ceased being merely an important Renaissance portrait. It became an icon. The significance of the Mona Lisa extends beyond the painting itself. Its fame reveals how museums increasingly became centers of mass culture. Millions of visitors now travel to see a work they already know through endless reproductions. Walter Benjamin's famous essay, The Work of Art in the Age of Mechanical Reproduction, becomes particularly relevant here. Benjamin argued that modern technologies transform relationships between viewers and artworks by enabling unprecedented forms of reproduction. Yet paradoxically, reproduction often increases the desire to encounter originals. The museum became one of the primary locations where authenticity could still be experienced. Visitors travel extraordinary distances to stand before objects whose images they have seen countless times. The original retains a unique aura despite the proliferation of copies. André Malraux later proposed the concept of the museum without walls, arguing that photography and reproduction created new forms of cultural comparison unconstrained by physical location. Yet even in the digital age, physical museums continue attracting enormous audiences. The Louvre remains among the clearest demonstrations of this persistence. Reproductions may circulate globally, but visitors still seek embodied encounters with objects. Standing before a painting, moving through a gallery, experiencing scale directly, and sharing space with historical artifacts remain powerful experiences. Museums continue offering forms of presence that digital media cannot entirely replace. The Louvre's influence also shaped how museums define universal culture. By assembling objects from numerous civilizations under a single institutional framework, it encouraged the idea that museums could present human history comprehensively. This ambition inspired extraordinary achievements. Visitors could encounter Egyptian antiquities, Greek sculpture, Renaissance painting, Islamic art, and Asian objects within interconnected narratives. Yet this universal vision also generated profound questions. Who determines which objects represent humanity? Which histories become central and which remain marginal? How should museums address collections acquired through colonialism, conquest, or unequal power relationships? These questions have become increasingly urgent in recent decades. Debates concerning repatriation, cultural ownership, and historical justice challenge assumptions that shape museum development for centuries. The Louvre itself participates in these conversations, as do institutions worldwide. The museum's authority remains substantial, but it is no longer uncontested. Contemporary museums increasingly acknowledge the complexities surrounding acquisition histories, colonial legacies, and representation. The Universal Museum continues evolving. Yet even amidst these debates, the Louvre's historical significance remains extraordinary. It altered how societies imagined culture, history, and public knowledge. Before institutions, such as the Louvre, collections often demonstrated private power. After the Louvre, museums increasingly claimed to serve public education, collective memory, and civic identity. They became places where nations explained themselves, where civilizations were compared, and where visitors encountered material evidence of humanity's past. modern expectations regarding museums, the idea that collections should be preserved, accessible, educational, and historically organized, owe an immense debt to the transformations that occurred within the Louvre. The paintings hanging on the walls are important, but the larger invention was the museum itself as a way of thinking. The Louvre taught modern societies that objects could be arranged into narratives, that history could be walked through physically, and that cultural memory could be organized architecturally. Every major museum that followed inherited some part of this vision. The Louvre did not simply collect art. It changed the relationship between humanity and its past. It transformed collections into history, spectators into citizens, and objects into participants within a story far larger than themselves. In doing so, it helped create the modern museum, a place where entire civilizations attempt to understand who they have been, who they are, and who they might become. The modern museum is often presented as a place devoted to preservation, education, and public access. Its galleries appear calm, objective, and detached from political conflict. Labels provide dates, locations, and historical information. Objects are arranged according to chronology, geography, or artistic movement. Visitors move through spaces that seem dedicated simply to knowledge. Yet beneath this appearance of neutrality lies one of the most powerful cultural inventions of the modern age. Museums do not merely preserve national identity, they actively participate in creating it. Nations are not ancient realities waiting to be discovered intact within history. They are cultural constructions, assembled through stories, symbols, memories, institutions, and shared narratives. Museums became among the most influential places where these narratives were organized, displayed, and made visible. If the Louvre transformed collections into public history, the 19th century museum transformed history into national identity. The relationship between museums and nationalism emerged alongside one of the most important political transformations in human history, the rise of the modern nation-state. Before the 18th century, political authority in much of Europe was organized primarily through dynastic kingdoms, empires, religious institutions, and local loyalties. Individuals identified themselves through villages, regions, religious communities, guilds, noble houses, and monarchs. The concept of belonging to a nation composed of millions of strangers sharing common historical identity remained relatively weak. The French Revolution changed this dramatically. Political legitimacy increasingly shifted away from divine monarchy and toward the idea of the people. Nations became imagined as collective historical communities, possessing common origins, common culture, and common destiny. Benedict Anderson's influential concept of imagined communities provides one of the most important frameworks for understanding this transformation. Anderson argued that nations are imagined because members of even the smallest nation will never know most of their fellow citizens personally, yet they nevertheless imagine themselves connected through shared identity. This sense of collective belonging requires institutions capable of making the nation visible. Newspapers, schools, maps, monuments, archives, and museums all became crucial technologies for producing national consciousness. Museums offered something particularly powerful because they translated abstract ideas into material form. Through objects, artworks, archaeological remains, historical artifacts, and cultural treasures, visitors could encounter what appeared to be the physical evidence of national continuity, stretching across centuries. The museum, therefore, became an instrument for solving a profound political problem. How could millions of people imagine themselves part of the same historical community, despite differences in class, region, language, and local tradition? Museums answered by creating narratives that transformed diverse histories into unified stories. Objects scattered across time and geography could be gathered within a single institution and presented as chapters within a national biography. The visitor encountered not isolated artifacts, but evidence of collective ancestry. The museum told citizens where they came from, what distinguished them from others, and why the nation deserved loyalty. This process can be observed clearly throughout 19th century Europe. Germany provides a particularly revealing example because the modern German nation did not emerge as a unified state until 1871. Prior to unification, German-speaking territories consisted of numerous kingdoms, duchies, principalities, and city-states. Political unity remained fragmented. Cultural unity therefore became especially important. Museums, universities, archives, and historical scholarship all contributed to constructing a shared German identity. Institutions, such as Berlin's Alte Museum, designed by Carl Friedrich Schinkel and opened in 1830, played a significant role in this process. The museum presented art and antiquities as components of a broader civilizational narrative, connecting German culture to classical heritage. Visitors were encouraged to understand themselves as participants in a historical continuum, stretching from antiquity into the modern nation. The architecture of such museums reinforced these messages. Schinkel's design drew heavily upon classical forms. Massive columns, monumental staircases, and symmetrical facades evoked ancient Greece and Rome. This was not simply aesthetic preference. Classical architecture communicated legitimacy. It linked modern nations to civilizations regarded as foundational to Western culture. The museum building itself became an argument. Before visitors encountered a single object, architecture announced that the nation possessed historical depth, cultural sophistication, and civilizational authority. Italy presents another revealing case. During the 19th century, the Italian peninsula remained divided among various states until political unification gradually occurred through the Risorgimento. Museums became important tools for connecting diverse regions to a common historical narrative. Ancient Rome proved especially valuable in this regard. Archaeological collections, classical sculpture, and historical monuments provided material evidence supporting claims that modern Italians inherited the legacy of one of history's greatest civilizations. Museums helped transform Roman antiquity from distant history into national ancestry. Eric Hobsbawm's concept of invented traditions becomes especially useful here. Hobsbawm argued that many traditions presented as ancient are often relatively recent constructions designed to establish social cohesion and legitimacy. Museums frequently participate in such processes. They select particular histories for emphasis, while minimizing others. Certain objects become symbols of national identity because institutions repeatedly present them as such. The resulting narratives may contain genuine historical elements, yet their organization reflects contemporary needs as much as ancient realities. Museums do not simply discover identity, they help invent it. Outside Europe, similar dynamics emerged under different historical circumstances. In Japan, the Meiji Restoration initiated dramatic modernization during the late 19th century. Political leaders sought to transform Japan into a modern nation-state, capable of competing with Western powers. Museums became important instruments within this process. Institutions, such as the Tokyo National Museum, helped organize cultural heritage into narratives supporting national unity and modernization. Traditional objects, archaeological discoveries, Buddhist sculpture, courtly artifacts, and historical treasures were reinterpreted as components of a shared national culture. Museums helped define what counted as authentically Japanese, at a moment when the nation was rapidly transforming. The relationship between museums and empire complicates these developments further. Many of the most influential museums emerge not only within nations, but within expanding imperial systems. Britain offers one of the clearest examples. During the 19th century, the British Empire became one of the largest political entities in human history. The collections of institutions such as the British Museum reflected imperial reach directly. Artifacts arrived from Egypt, India, Mesopotamia, Greece, Africa, China, and countless other regions. The museum presented these objects as part of a universal history of civilization, yet this universalism often reinforced imperial authority. Britain positioned itself as custodian of global heritage, precisely because it possessed the political power necessary to acquire and display it. Tony Bennett's concept of the exhibitionary complex illuminates this phenomenon. Bennett argues that museums, exhibitions, and related institutions functioned as mechanisms through which modern states displayed knowledge, authority, and social order. Visitors encountered carefully organized representations of history, science, culture, and civilization. These displays educate citizens while simultaneously demonstrating institutional power. Museums therefore operated as technologies of governance. They taught individuals how to see themselves within larger social structures. Colonial museums played similar roles throughout imperial territories. In British India, French North Africa, Dutch Indonesia, and numerous other colonial settings, museums classified local cultures through categories established by colonial authorities. Archaeological discoveries, ethnographic collections, and historical artifacts were organized according to narratives often serving imperial interests. Colonized peoples were frequently presented as subjects of study, rather than active participants in historical interpretation. Museums thus became sites where power shaped knowledge directly. At the same time, museums could also become instruments of resistance and cultural recovery. Throughout the 20th century, newly independent nations frequently established museums to reclaim histories previously marginalized by colonial rule. India, after independence, provides a notable example. Institutions increasingly sought to present Indian civilization through frameworks emphasizing indigenous agency rather than colonial interpretation. Similar developments occurred across Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Museums became places where nations could reassert control over historical narratives and cultural memory. China offers one of the most significant examples of the relationship between museums and national identity outside the European context. Throughout the 19th century, foreign invasions, unequal treaties, and imperial intervention destabilized traditional political structures. The looting of the Old Summer Palace in 1860 and the destruction associated with the Eight-Nation Alliance in 1900 became enduring symbols of national humiliation. During the 20th century, museums increasingly played a role in preserving and reconstructing cultural heritage amidst political upheaval. Institutions such as the Palace Museum in Beijing transformed former imperial spaces into national cultural institutions. Objects once associated with dynastic authority became symbols of collective civilization. The museum helped redefine cultural heritage as belonging to the nation, rather than to emperors alone. This transformation reflects a broader shift identified by Pierre Nora through his concept of lieux de mémoire, or sites of memory. Nora argues that modern societies increasingly create institutions dedicated to preserving memory, precisely because traditional forms of collective remembrance have weakened. Museums function as such sites. They store, organize, and perform memory. Objects become anchors, connecting contemporary populations to historical narratives. Visitors encounter not only artifacts, but carefully structured memories, presented as a national inheritance. Archaeology became particularly important within these processes. Excavations provided physical evidence supporting claims about national origins. Ancient ruins, burial sites, inscriptions, and monumental architecture supplied material foundations for historical narratives. Greece, Egypt, Mexico, China, and numerous other nations incorporated archaeological heritage into projects of national identity. Ancient civilizations became sources of prestige, legitimacy, and continuity. Museums transformed archaeological discoveries into public history. The National Museum of Anthropology in Mexico illustrates this dynamic powerfully. Opened in 1964, the museum presents pre-Columbian civilizations, such as the Aztec and Maya, as central components of Mexican national identity. Visitors encounter monumental sculptures, archaeological treasures, and historical narratives, emphasizing indigenous heritage. The museum does not simply display ancient objects. It constructs connections between contemporary Mexico and deep historical traditions. The nation becomes visible through material culture. Yet museums also reveal tensions within national identity. Nations often contain diverse populations whose histories do not fit comfortably within unified narratives. Indigenous communities, ethnic minorities, religious groups, immigrants, and marginalized populations frequently challenge official histories. Museums increasingly confront questions concerning representation and inclusion. Whose past is being preserved? Whose stories remain absent? Which objects deserve display? National identity may appear unified within museum galleries, but it often emerges from negotiation, conflict, and exclusion. Post-colonial scholars such as Edward Said have emphasized how cultural institutions contribute to systems of representation, shaping perceptions of self and other. Museums historically participated in constructing distinctions between civilized and uncivilized, developed and primitive, Western and non-Western. Contemporary institutions increasingly seek to address these legacies by incorporating multiple perspectives and acknowledging historical complexities. The museum's role as narrator remains powerful, but the authority of its voice is no longer unquestioned. Memory studies scholars such as Jan Assmann further distinguish between communicative memory and cultural memory. Communicative memory consists of living recollections shared across generations. Cultural memory becomes institutionalized through monuments, texts, rituals, and museums. Museums play a central role in transforming memory into durable cultural form. They preserve narratives long after direct experience has disappeared. In doing so, they help nations maintain continuity across time. War memorial museums provide particularly revealing examples. Institutions dedicated to conflicts such as the American Civil War, the First and Second World Wars, the Holocaust, the Nanjing Massacre, and countless other historical traumas demonstrate how museums shape collective remembrance. These spaces often balance historical documentation with emotional experience. Visitors encounter artifacts, photographs, personal testimonies, and reconstructed environments designed not only to inform, but to evoke empathy, reflection, and identity. The nation remembers itself through carefully curated encounters with the past. The emotional dimension of museums should not be underestimated. Scholars increasingly recognize that museums operate not only intellectually, but effectively. Objects evoke pride, grief, nostalgia, admiration, anger, and belonging. National identity is sustained not simply through facts, but through feeling. Standing before a historical artifact associated with collective memory can produce powerful emotional responses. Museums therefore participate in what Sara Ahmed describes as the cultural circulation of emotions. They help attach feelings to identities, histories, and communities. By the 21st century, globalization introduced new challenges. Increased migration, digital communication, and transnational exchange complicated older models of national identity. Museums increasingly navigate tensions between national narratives and global perspectives. Institutions seek to represent both local heritage and interconnected histories. The nation remains important, but it exists within broader networks of cultural exchange. Museums increasingly present histories crossing borders rather than remaining confined within them. Yet despite these transformations, the fundamental relationship between museums and identity persists. Museums remain places where societies decide what deserves remembrance. They select objects, organize narratives, and present visions of collective belonging, whether supporting national unity, challenging historical myths, confronting difficult pasts, or exploring multicultural realities. Museums continue shaping how communities understand themselves. The objects resting behind glass may appear motionless, yet they participate in ongoing conversations about who belongs, whose stories matter, and how the past should be remembered. Nations are often imagined through flags, borders, constitutions, and political institutions, but they are also imagined through museums. Within their galleries, civilizations narrate themselves. They gather fragments of history and transform them into stories of collective identity. Museums and national identity became intertwined because both depend upon memory, interpretation, and imagination. The museum does not simply preserve the nation, it helps create the very idea of the nation itself. If museums transformed objects into national history, archaeology transformed the earth itself into an archive. By the 19th century, nations no longer competed solely through armies, industries, colonies, or trade networks. They increasingly competed through the past, ancient ruins, buried cities, forgotten empires, royal tombs, temples, inscriptions, sculptures, manuscripts, and monuments became political resources capable of legitimizing modern identities. Archaeology emerged not simply as a scientific discipline dedicated to understanding ancient societies, but as one of the most powerful cultural enterprises of the modern age. Excavations promised access to origins. They appeared capable of revealing where civilizations began, how nations emerged, and why particular cultures possessed historical significance. The archaeologist became a new kind of explorer, descending not into unknown geography, but into unknown time. Every excavation offered the possibility of discovering a lost world. Every artifact carried the potential to rewrite history. Museums eagerly absorbed these discoveries because archaeology provided exactly what museums required: material evidence connecting modern societies to distant civilizations. Together, archaeology and museums formed a partnership that reshaped how humanity understood its past. The roots of archaeology stretch far deeper than the 19th century. Ancient societies themselves collected antiquities and investigated ruins. Roman emperors restored older monuments. Medieval pilgrims sought relics and sacred remains. Renaissance scholars examined inscriptions, coins, and architectural fragments. Yet these earlier engagements with the past differed fundamentally from modern archaeology. Ancient ruins were often valued for their beauty, symbolic significance, or connection to historical memory, rather than as evidence requiring systematic investigation. The modern archaeological imagination emerged gradually through Enlightenment scholarship, imperial expansion, advances in geology, and growing interest in historical chronology. The Earth increasingly appeared not a static landscape, but as a layered record, preserving traces of vanished worlds. One of the most important intellectual foundations for archaeology emerged from geology. During the 18th and 19th centuries, scholars such as James Hutton and later Charles Lyell transformed understandings of time itself. Their observations suggested that geological processes operated across immense durations, far exceeding traditional biblical chronologies. Mountains, river valleys, sedimentary layers, and fossil deposits revealed deep time stretching across unimaginable ages. Humanity no longer occupied a universe only a few thousand years old. The Earth possessed a history vastly older and more complex than previously assumed. Archaeology developed within this new temporal framework. Human societies became subjects of historical investigation, extending far beyond written records. This transformation fundamentally altered relationships between people in the past. Before geology expanded temporal horizons, much of history remained anchored to textual traditions. Ancient documents, chronicles, scriptures, and literary accounts provided primary access to earlier periods. Archaeology introduced another source of knowledge. Objects themselves could speak. Pottery fragments, foundations, tools, burial goods, inscriptions, and architectural remains preserved information independent of surviving texts. Material culture became evidence. The earth became a historical document. The Napoleonic expedition to Egypt between 1798 and 1801 played an especially important role in this development. Napoleon's invasion included not only soldiers, but engineers, artists, surveyors, scientists, and scholars who documented Egyptian monuments systematically. The resulting publication, the Monumental Description de l'Egypte, transformed European understanding of ancient Egypt. Temples, pyramids, obelisks, tombs, and inscriptions were recorded with unprecedented detail. Egypt appeared not merely as biblical backdrop or exotic landscape, but as a sophisticated civilization, deserving serious study. The discovery of the Rosetta Stone during the expedition further intensified scholarly interest. When Jean-François Champollion successfully deciphered hieroglyphics in 1822, ancient Egyptian civilization suddenly became legible. Voices silent for millennia could be heard again. Egyptology emerged from this moment as one of archaeology's earliest and most influential fields. Yet archaeology was never purely scholarly. Egypt became an arena of international competition. British, French, German, Italian, and later American institutions raced to acquire artifacts, sponsor excavations, and secure cultural prestige. Museums competed aggressively for discoveries. Archaeology became entangled with the empire from the beginning. Edward Said's concept of Orientalism provides an important framework for understanding these developments. European powers often approached regions such as Egypt, Mesopotamia, and the broader Middle East through assumptions portraying these societies as ancient, mysterious, and static. Archaeology sometimes reinforced such perceptions by emphasizing glorious ancient civilizations while marginalizing contemporary populations. Excavations frequently unfolded within colonial power structures. Ancient history became celebrated even as living cultures experienced political domination. Archaeology, therefore, operated simultaneously as scholarship and as an instrument of imperial knowledge. Mesopotamia soon became another major frontier in the race for the past. During the 19th century, explorers and archaeologists increasingly investigated sites associated with ancient Assyria and Babylon. Figures such as Austin Henry Layard excavated monumental palaces at Nimrud and Nineveh, uncovering colossal winged bulls, relief sculptures, inscriptions, and royal architecture. These discoveries astonished European audiences. Civilizations known primarily through biblical references suddenly emerged as historical realities documented through material evidence. Museums rushed to acquire artifacts. The British Museum became a major beneficiary, filling galleries with Assyrian sculptures that continue attracting visitors today. The significance of these discoveries extended far beyond archaeology itself. Ancient Mesopotamia challenged existing assumptions concerning the origins of civilization. Cities, writing systems, bureaucracies, legal codes, and monumental architecture appeared far older than many Europeans had imagined. Archaeology repeatedly destabilized familiar historical narratives. Every excavation expanded the temporal depth of human history. One of the most influential theoretical developments emerged through Christian Jurgens and Thomson's three-age system, which organized prehistory into Stone Age, Bronze Age, and Iron Age categories. Although later refined considerably, this framework provided archaeology with a chronological structure capable of classifying material remains systematically. Objects no longer functioned merely as curiosities. They became data points within larger historical sequences. Archaeology increasingly presented itself as scientific investigation rather than antiquarian collecting. Yet archaeology never entirely escaped its romantic dimensions. Excavations promised discovery, lost cities, hidden tombs, buried treasures, forgotten kings, and vanished civilizations captured public imagination. Newspapers reported major discoveries enthusiastically. Museums displayed artifacts dramatically. Archaeologists became public celebrities. Few figures illustrate this dynamic more clearly than Heinrich Schliemann. Schliemann's excavations at Troy during the 19th century exemplify both archaeology's ambitions and its limitations. Inspired by Homer's epics, Schliemann believed that legendary Troy had existed as a historical city. His excavations at Hisarlik in modern Turkey revealed multiple settlement layers spanning centuries. Although many of his methods would be considered destructive today, his work demonstrated that literary traditions could contain historical foundations. Troy emerged not merely as myth, but as archaeological reality. The boundary between legend and history became more complex. Archaeology's relationship with nationalism became increasingly pronounced during this period. Emerging nations sought ancient ancestors capable of legitimizing modern political identities. Greece provides a powerful example. Following independence from Ottoman rule in the 19th century, ancient Greece became central to national self-definition. Archaeological sites such as the Acropolis acquired immense symbolic significance. Classical antiquity was presented as ancestral heritage connecting modern Greeks to one of history's most celebrated civilizations. Museums played crucial roles in displaying and interpreting these discoveries. The same pattern appeared elsewhere. German scholars emphasized connections to ancient Germanic cultures. Italians highlighted Roman heritage. Egyptians increasingly viewed pharaonic civilization as part of national identity. Archaeology supplied origin stories. Nations sought legitimacy through antiquity. Benedict Anderson's framework remains useful here because archaeology helped make imagined communities tangible. Ancient artifacts appeared to provide physical proof of collective ancestry. Visitors encountering archaeological collections could see quite literally what their predecessors had created centuries or millennia earlier. Material culture became a bridge connecting present and past. No discovery better illustrates archaeology's cultural power than the excavation of Tutankhamun's tomb in 1922. When Howard Carter uncovered the largely intact royal burial in the Valley of the Kings, global fascination reached extraordinary levels. Newspapers across the world followed developments closely. Photographs of golden masks, jeweled objects, ceremonial furniture, and funerary treasures circulated widely. Museums, collectors, scholars, and the general public became captivated. Tutankhamun transformed archaeology into mass media spectacle. Yet the significance of the discovery extended beyond treasure. The tomb revealed remarkable information concerning ancient Egyptian religion, kingship, craftsmanship, and funerary practice. Archaeology demonstrated its ability not merely to recover valuable objects, but to reconstruct entire worlds. Museums benefited enormously. Archaeological discoveries attracted visitors, funding, and public interest. The relationship between excavation and exhibition became increasingly intertwined. China presents another important chapter in archaeology's global development. For centuries, Chinese scholars engaged deeply with antiquities through traditions of epigraphy, bronze studies, and historical scholarship. Modern archaeology expanded these traditions significantly during the 20th century. Discoveries at sites such as Anyang, associated with the Shang dynasty, provided material evidence supporting early Chinese historical records. Oracle bones, bearing some of the earliest known Chinese writing, transformed understandings of ancient civilization. Archaeology confirmed, complicated, and enriched textual history. Later discoveries continued reshaping global perceptions of China. The excavation of the Terracotta Army near the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang revealed one of the most astonishing archaeological sites ever discovered. Thousands of life-size soldiers, horses and chariots emerged from underground pits, demonstrating extraordinary artistic achievement and imperial ambition. Museums and exhibitions, carrying these objects internationally, transformed public understanding of Chinese antiquity. Archaeology became a major component of cultural diplomacy and national identity simultaneously. The archaeology of the Americas followed different trajectories. European colonization had often dismissed indigenous societies as lacking complex histories comparable to those of Europe, Egypt, or Mesopotamia. Archaeological research increasingly challenged these assumptions. Excavations revealed sophisticated civilizations across North, Central, and South America. Maya cities, Aztec monuments, Andean architecture, and numerous other cultural traditions demonstrated remarkable complexity. Archaeology contributed significantly to re-evaluating indigenous histories long marginalized by colonial narratives. Yet these developments also raised difficult ethical questions. Who owns archaeological heritage? Who possesses authority to excavate, interpret, and display ancient remains? Throughout the 19th and early 20th centuries, archaeological discoveries frequently flowed from colonized regions into European and North American museums. Objects were removed legally, semi-legally, or outright through unequal power relationships. Museums celebrated these acquisitions as contributions to universal knowledge. Critics increasingly questioned the justice of such arrangements. The Parthenon marbles remain among the most famous examples. Removed from Athens by Lord Elgin during the early 19th century and later acquired by the British Museum, the sculptures continue generating debate concerning cultural ownership and repatriation. Supporters of return argue that the marbles belong within Greece's cultural heritage. Opponents emphasize the role museums play in preserving and presenting world history. The controversy illustrates broader tensions surrounding archaeological collections globally. Similar debates surround Egyptian antiquities, Benin bronzes, Chinese cultural treasures, indigenous remains, and countless other artifacts. Archaeology's history cannot be separated from histories of colonialism, empire, and unequal power. Contemporary museums increasingly confront these realities through restitution, programs, collaborative research, and revised interpretive practices. Archaeological theory itself underwent profound transformation during the 20th century. Early approaches often emphasized classification, chronology, and description. Later scholars increasingly asked broader questions concerning culture, identity, economy, religion, and social organization. Gordon Childe explored patterns of social development and urbanization. Lewis Binford advanced processual archaeology, emphasizing scientific methodology and systems analysis. Ian Hodder and other post-processual theorists later highlighted interpretation, symbolism, and human agency. Archaeology evolved from treasure hunting and artifact collection into a sophisticated interdisciplinary field, drawing upon anthropology, history, environmental science, genetics, chemistry, and digital technologies. The development of radiocarbon dating after World War II revolutionized chronological understanding. Archaeologists no longer depended exclusively upon relative dating methods. Organic materials could be dated scientifically, dramatically improving historical precision. Later advances in remote sensing, satellite imagery, DNA analysis, isotope studies, and digital modeling further expanded archaeological capabilities. Entire landscapes could be investigated, migration patterns could be reconstructed, ancient diets, diseases, trade networks, and environmental conditions became increasingly accessible. Despite these technological advances, archaeology retains something fundamentally humanistic. Every excavation confronts questions concerning memory, identity, and mortality. Archaeologists investigate traces left behind by individuals who once lived, worked, worshipped, governed, loved, and died. Material remains become points of connection across immense spans of time. The discipline continually reminds humanity of its place within longer historical processes. Michel Foucault's concept of archaeology as a metaphor for historical inquiry offers an intriguing parallel. Foucault used the term not to describe excavation literally, but to characterize methods of uncovering underlying structures shaping knowledge. In both senses, archaeology involves revealing hidden layers, whether excavating ancient cities or investigating systems of thought. The goal remains understanding how past worlds were organized. Museums depend profoundly upon this archaeological imagination. Without archaeology, many of the most significant collections in the world would not exist. Egyptian galleries, Assyrian reliefs, Greek sculpture, Roman mosaics, Maya artifacts, Shang bronzes, and countless other treasures entered museums through archaeological investigation. Yet museums also shape archaeology by determining which discoveries receive attention, funding, and public visibility. Excavation and exhibition remain mutually reinforcing enterprises. The race for the past continues today, though its character has changed. Competition now often concerns preservation rather than acquisition. Climate change, urban development, armed conflict, looting, and environmental degradation threaten archaeological sites globally. Organizations, governments, scholars, and communities increasingly collaborate to protect heritage before it disappears. Digital technologies create new possibilities for documentation and access. The past remains contested, but its preservation has become a shared concern. Inside the museum after hours, archaeological objects possess a distinctive presence. Unlike paintings created for display, many artifacts were never intended for museum audiences. They were buried beneath deserts, sealed inside tombs, abandoned within ruined cities, hidden beneath forests, submerged beneath oceans, or forgotten beneath layers of earth. Their survival often feels improbable. Each object represents not merely artistic achievement, but recovery. Someone had to find it, excavate it, preserve it, interpret it, transport it, and ultimately place it within the museum. Archaeology transformed the earth into an archive and museums into its reading rooms. Together they changed humanity's relationship with time itself. The past ceased being something remembered only through stories and texts. It became something that could be excavated, measured, displayed, debated, and continually rediscovered. The race for the past was never really about ancient objects alone. It was about understanding who we are through the civilizations that came before us, and about the enduring belief that somewhere beneath the surface of the present, entire worlds are still waiting to be found. Few museums in the world provoke as much admiration, controversy, fascination, and disagreement as the British Museum. For some visitors, it represents one of humanity's greatest intellectual achievements, a place where civilizations from every continent can be studied side by side within a single institution dedicated to knowledge, preservation, and public access. For others, it symbolizes the cultural legacy of the empire, a vast collection built through unequal power relationships, colonial expansion, military conquest, diplomatic pressure, and historical circumstances that continue generating ethical questions today. The British Museum therefore occupies a unique position within museum history because debates surrounding it are ultimately debates about much larger issues, questions concerning ownership, memory, justice, empire, identity, preservation, cultural heritage, and historical responsibility all converge within its galleries. The museum is not simply a building filled with artifacts. It has become one of the central arenas in which modern societies negotiate their relationship with the past. When the British Museum was founded in 1753, its creation reflected Enlightenment ideals concerning knowledge, classification, and public education. The museum emerged from the collection of Sir Hans Sloane, whose enormous holdings included books, manuscripts, natural specimens, antiquities, coins, and curiosities gathered throughout a lifetime of collecting. Parliament purchased the collection and established the museum as a public institution. This was a remarkable development. Unlike many earlier collections, restricted to aristocrats, monarchs, or scholars, the British Museum presented itself as a resource belonging to the public. Knowledge would no longer remain exclusively in private hands. The museum embodied the Enlightenment belief that human understanding could be expanded through systematic investigation and broad access to information. Yet even at its origin, the institution contained contradictions that would become increasingly visible over time. Sloane's collection was partly connected to Britain's expanding colonial economy, including wealth generated through Caribbean plantation systems dependent upon enslaved labor. The museum, therefore, emerged from global networks linking commerce, empire, scientific inquiry, and colonial extraction. This entanglement was not unique. Many major European institutions developed within similar circumstances. The British Museum simply became one of the largest and most influential examples. Throughout the 18th and 19th centuries, Britain's expanding imperial reach dramatically increased the museum's holdings. Artifacts arrived from Egypt, Greece, Mesopotamia, India, China, Africa, the Pacific, and countless other regions. Some objects entered through purchase, some through archaeological excavation, some through diplomatic arrangements, and others through circumstances far more contentious. The museum increasingly presented itself as a universal institution, capable of preserving and interpreting the material heritage of humanity as a whole. This idea of the universal museum remains central to debates today. The universal museum concept rests upon a powerful intellectual argument. According to this view, certain institutions transcend national boundaries because they bring together objects from many cultures within a single environment, where visitors can explore connections across civilizations. Human history becomes visible comparatively. Egyptian sculpture can be studied alongside Assyrian reliefs, Greek architecture, Chinese ceramics, African bronzes, and indigenous artifacts from the Americas. Rather than dividing cultural heritage according to modern political borders, the Universal Museum presents civilization as a shared human story. Supporters argue that such institutions encourage cross-cultural understanding and global education. Neil MacGregor, former director of the British Museum, articulated this position particularly influentially through projects such as A History of the World in 100 Objects. MacGregor argued that museums can reveal how human societies have always been interconnected through trade, migration, conflict, technological exchange, and cultural borrowing. Objects become participants in global histories rather than isolated national symbols. The museum therefore functions not merely as a container of artifacts, but as a space where humanity encounters itself collectively. Yet critics challenge this vision on both historical and ethical grounds. They argue that claims of universality often obscure unequal histories through which collections were assembled. The ability to gather artifacts from around the world did not emerge through neutral scholarly curiosity alone. It frequently depended upon military power, colonial administration, economic dominance, and asymmetrical political relationships. The Universal Museum may appear global, but many critics contend that its collections reflect specific historical structures of imperial authority. Few examples illustrate these tensions more clearly than the Parthenon marbles, often called the Elgin marbles, removed from Athens during the early 19th century by Thomas Bruce, the 7th Earl of Elgin. The sculptures originally formed part of the Parthenon, one of the most important monuments of ancient Greece. Elgin claimed authorization from Ottoman authorities governing Greece at the time. He subsequently transported the sculptures to Britain, where they were eventually acquired by the British Museum. Since then, debates concerning their ownership have continued for more than 2 centuries. Supporters of the British Museum's position emphasize legal and preservation arguments. They note that the sculptures were acquired according to practices considered legitimate during their historical context. They also argue that the museum has preserved the works successfully and made them accessible to international audiences. Within the museum, the marbles are presented alongside objects from numerous civilizations, encouraging broader comparative understanding. Opponents focus on different issues. Greece argues that the sculptures constitute an integral component of a monument still standing in Athens. Their removal fragmented a cultural and architectural whole. Modern Greece also challenges the legitimacy of permissions granted under Ottoman rule, emphasizing that Greece itself lacked political sovereignty at the time. The opening of the Acropolis Museum in Athens further altered the debate by providing a purpose-built institution capable of displaying the sculptures within sight of the Parthenon itself. For many observers, the question extends beyond legality into issues of cultural integrity, historical justice, and symbolic significance. The Parthenon marbles debate has become so prominent precisely because it raises fundamental questions applicable far beyond Greece. What does ownership mean when dealing with cultural heritage, created centuries or millennia before modern nation-states existed? Should artifacts remain where they have been preserved and studied for generations, or should they return to places of origin? How should contemporary societies evaluate acquisitions conducted under historical circumstances vastly different from those of today? These questions have no simple answers, yet they increasingly shape museum discourse worldwide. The Benin bronzes represent another transformative case. In 1897, British forces launched a punitive expedition against the Kingdom of Benin, located in present-day Nigeria. The city was looted extensively. Thousands of brass plaques, sculptures, ivory carvings, and ceremonial objects were seized and dispersed across museums and private collections throughout Europe and North America. Unlike some disputed acquisitions involving ambiguous legal arrangements, the circumstances surrounding the Benin bronzes are unusually clear. The objects were taken during a military assault. Their removal formed part of an explicitly colonial act of violence. For decades, these objects remained celebrated primarily for their artistic significance. European audiences often expressed astonishment at the technical sophistication of Benin craftsmanship, which challenged racist assumptions concerning African artistic achievement. Yet the historical circumstances of acquisition received comparatively little attention. This began changing significantly during the late 20th and early 21st centuries. Nigerian scholars, cultural institutions, and international advocates increasingly demanded restitution. Museums around the world reassessed their collections. Several institutions have now returned Benin objects or committed to long-term restitution programs. The significance of the Benin bronzes extends beyond the objects themselves. They illustrate a broader shift in museum ethics. Earlier generations often framed debates primarily around preservation and access. Contemporary discussions increasingly incorporate historical accountability, cultural sovereignty, and the legacies of colonial violence. Museums are no longer evaluated solely according to what they preserve. They are increasingly evaluated according to how collections were acquired. These debates are not limited to Africa or Greece. Similar questions arise concerning Egyptian antiquities, indigenous cultural heritage, Chinese artifacts, South Asian collections, and countless other objects housed in museums throughout Europe and North America. The looting of Beijing's Old Summer Palace in 1860 by British and French forces remains especially significant in Chinese cultural memory. Thousands of artworks, manuscripts, bronzes, ceramics, and imperial treasures were removed. Many entered private collections and museums abroad. For contemporary China, These objects often symbolize broader histories of foreign intervention and national humiliation. The destruction and looting associated with the Eight-Nation Alliance during the Boxer Rebellion in 1900 further intensified these losses. Cultural heritage became entangled with military conflict and imperial expansion. The dispersal of Chinese antiquities throughout Europe and North America cannot be understood solely through collecting practices. It must also be understood within histories of war, diplomacy, unequal treaties, and foreign occupation. Contemporary discussions concerning repatriation therefore involve not only individual objects, but broader historical relationships. James Clifford's influential work on museums and cultural representation highlights another dimension of these debates. Clifford argues that museums function as contact zones where different cultures, histories, and power relationships intersect. Collections are not neutral accumulations of objects. They embody encounters, sometimes cooperative, sometimes violent, between peoples and societies. Understanding museum collections therefore requires understanding the historical conditions through which they were assembled. Indigenous communities have contributed particularly important perspectives to these conversations. Throughout much of the 19th and 20th centuries, museums often collected indigenous cultural materials with little regard for community consent or ongoing cultural significance. Human remains, sacred objects, ceremonial materials, and ancestral belongings entered museum collections under highly unequal conditions. Increasingly, indigenous activists and scholars have challenged assumptions that museums possess automatic authority over such materials. Legislation, such as the Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act in the United States, fundamentally altered museum practice. Institutions became legally obligated to consult with indigenous communities regarding human remains and culturally significant objects. Similar developments have occurred internationally. These changes reflect broader shifts in understanding heritage, not merely as property, but as living cultural relationships. Theoretical perspectives from post-colonial studies have played a major role in shaping contemporary museum debates. Edward Said demonstrated how knowledge and representation frequently operate alongside systems of power. Homi Bhabha explored the complexities of cultural identity within colonial and post-colonial contexts. Gayatri Spivak raised questions concerning whose voices are heard within dominant narratives. These scholars did not focus exclusively on museums, yet their ideas have profoundly influenced how museums understand their own histories and responsibilities. Museums increasingly recognize that interpretation itself carries political consequences. Decisions concerning display, labeling, categorization, and narrative structure shape public understanding. The question is no longer simply whether an object belongs in a particular museum. It is also how that object's history is told. Whose perspective receives emphasis? Which historical contexts are acknowledged? What responsibilities accompany stewardship? At the same time, defenders of universal museums raise important concerns regarding fragmentation. If all objects were returned according to modern national boundaries, what would happen to institutions dedicated to comparative global history? Human civilizations have always been interconnected. Objects themselves often possess complex histories, crossing multiple regions and political entities. Many ancient societies predate contemporary nations entirely. Determining rightful ownership can therefore be extraordinarily complicated. Kwame Anthony Appiah offers a cosmopolitan perspective relevant here. Appiah argues that cultural heritage belongs simultaneously to particular communities and to humanity more broadly. Objects may possess special significance for specific groups while also contributing to global understanding. This dual reality complicates simplistic solutions. The challenge becomes finding ethical frameworks capable of balancing local claims and universal access. Digital technology has introduced new possibilities. High-resolution imaging, virtual exhibitions, three-dimensional scanning, and international collaboration allow objects to be studied and experienced across geographical boundaries. Digital access cannot fully replace physical return, but it expands possibilities for shared stewardship. Some museums increasingly explore partnerships involving rotating exhibitions, joint ownership agreements, collaborative research, and long-term loans. The British Museum itself has gradually adapted to changing expectations. Exhibitions increasingly address colonial histories explicitly. Collaborative projects involve source communities more directly. Debates, once considered peripheral, now occupy central positions within institutional discourse. Yet the museum remains a focal point precisely because its collections embody so many of the tensions shaping contemporary cultural politics. Pierre Nora's concept of lieux de mémoire, or sites of memory, becomes particularly useful here. The British Museum is not simply a repository of objects. It has become a symbolic space where competing visions of history confront one another. For some, it represents Enlightenment ideals concerning universal knowledge. For others, it embodies imperial accumulation. For many visitors, it represents both simultaneously. The museum functions as a memory site, not only for the civilizations represented within its collections, but also for Britain itself. Perhaps the deepest question underlying the British Museum debate concerns the purpose of museums in the 21st century. Are museums primarily guardians of objects, educational institutions, instruments of social justice, spaces of global dialogue, custodians of national heritage? The answer is increasingly all of these at once. Museums operate within complex ethical landscapes, where preservation, scholarship, accessibility, accountability, and cultural rights must constantly be balanced. The Parthenon sculptures, the Benin bronzes, Egyptian antiquities, Assyrian reliefs, Chinese artifacts, indigenous cultural materials, and countless other works do not merely represent ancient civilizations. They also represent journeys through empire, scholarship, diplomacy, conflict, collecting, and memory. Each object carries multiple histories simultaneously. The British Museum debate endures because it is ultimately not a debate about museums alone. It is a debate about how societies inherit the past, how power shapes cultural memory, and how humanity chooses to live with histories that are both extraordinary and difficult. The museum remains one of the places where those questions become visible. Its galleries are filled not only with artifacts, but with unresolved conversations concerning ownership, responsibility, and the meaning of heritage in an interconnected world. Walk through any museum long enough, and a strange transformation begins to reveal itself. Objects that were once ordinary tools, fragments of architecture, personal belongings, religious offerings, household utensils, weapons, clothing, toys, manuscripts, or pieces of broken stone gradually acquire a different status. They cease being merely things and become evidence. A ceramic vessel becomes a civilization, a coin becomes an empire, a sword becomes a war, a letter becomes a revolution, a piece of cloth becomes a nation's memory. Museums often present this transformation so seamlessly that it appears natural, even inevitable. Yet nothing about it is inevitable at all. Objects do not arrive in museums carrying history visibly embedded within their surfaces. History is not a physical substance hidden inside artifacts waiting to be extracted. Rather, history emerges through a complex process of interpretation, classification, preservation, narration, and collective agreement. The museum object is therefore never simply a surviving thing from the past. It is a thing that has been transformed into historical evidence through systems of knowledge that determine what is worth remembering and what is allowed to disappear. This transformation lies at the heart of modern historical consciousness. We often assume that objects possess meaning because they originate from the past. Yet countless objects from the past remain entirely meaningless to us. Millions of tools, garments, containers, buildings, and personal possessions have vanished without leaving historical traces. What survives materially is only one part of the story. Equally important is the process through which surviving materials become recognized as significant. The question is therefore not simply why certain objects survive, but why certain surviving objects become history while others remain invisible. The French historian Pierre Nora famously argued that modern societies increasingly rely upon what he called lieux de mémoire, or sites of memory, because living memory itself becomes fragile. As direct connections to the past weaken, societies construct institutions designed to preserve remembrance artificially. Archives, monuments, museums, commemorative ceremonies, and heritage sites all emerge from this impulse. The museum object participates within this broader system. It functions as a material anchor for memory, a physical point around which narratives can accumulate. Yet Nora also warned that memory and history are not identical. Memory remains emotional, lived, and collective. History attempts analysis, reconstruction, and interpretation. Museum objects exist precisely at the intersection between these two forces. Consider an ancient Greek vase displayed inside a gallery today. Visitors encounter it as an artwork, an archaeological artifact, a surviving remnant of antiquity, and a source of information about Greek society. Yet when the vase was originally created, none of these identities existed. It may have functioned as a storage container, a funerary object, a ritual vessel, or a luxury possession. The people who used it did not think of it as a museum piece. Its historical significance emerged centuries later through excavation, scholarly study, collecting practices, and institutional preservation. The object did not change physically. What changed was the framework through which people understood it. This distinction may seem simple, yet it fundamentally alters how museums operate. The museum does not merely preserve history. It participates actively in producing historical meaning. Every acquisition, catalogue entry, exhibition label, conservation treatment, and curatorial interpretation contributes to the process through which objects become intelligible within historical narratives. Michel Foucault's work on archaeology and knowledge offers an especially useful framework here. Foucault argued that knowledge systems do not simply discover truths already waiting in the world. They establish the conditions under which certain things become visible, discussable, and meaningful. Museums operate in precisely this way. They create environments where particular objects become recognizable as historical evidence. Archaeology demonstrates this process especially clearly. A fragment of pottery lying buried beneath soil possesses little significance by itself. Yet once excavated systematically, documented carefully, and connected to surrounding evidence, the fragment becomes part of a larger interpretive network. Its location, material composition, decorative patterns, manufacturing techniques, and relationship to nearby objects all contribute to its meaning. Context transforms debris into knowledge. Remove the context, and much of the historical value disappears. This is one reason archaeologists react so strongly against looting. Looters often remove objects from sites without recording their archaeological relationships. The object may survive physically, but crucial information is destroyed. A gold ornament extracted from a burial without documentation loses much of its historical significance because researchers can no longer reconstruct how it functioned within the larger environment. Knowledge vanishes even when the object remains intact. The historical value of an artifact therefore depends not only upon the object itself, but also upon the information surrounding it. The anthropologist Igor Kopytov explored a similar idea through what he called the cultural biography of things. Kopytov argued that objects experience social lives much like people do. They move through different contexts, acquire new meanings, and occupy changing social roles over time. A ceremonial object may become a collectible. A religious icon may become a museum artifact. A royal possession may become a national treasure. The object's material form remains relatively stable, but its social identity changes repeatedly. Museums participate in one stage of this ongoing biography. The Rosetta Stone provides a powerful example. Today it is one of the most famous objects in the British Museum, celebrated as the key that enabled scholars to decipher Egyptian hieroglyphs. Yet the stone itself began as an administrative decree issued in 196 BCE under Ptolemy V. For centuries, it functioned merely as a carved monument. Later, it became building material incorporated into a fortress wall. Only after its rediscovery during Napoleon's Egyptian campaign did it acquire the significance we now associate with it. The Rosetta Stone became historical not simply because it survived, but because scholars learned how to interpret its inscriptions. Knowledge transformed stone into history. The same principle applies across countless museum collections. Medieval manuscripts become evidence of literacy, devotion, political authority, or artistic production. Coins reveal economic networks. Textiles preserve information about trade and technology. Ceramics illuminate daily life. Yet these meanings emerge through interpretation, rather than existing self-evidently within the objects themselves. Museums, therefore, function as interpretive machines. They organize material remains into narratives that help societies understand their past. Benedict Anderson's concept of imagined communities helps explain why this process matters so profoundly. Nations are not held together solely through direct personal relationships. Most citizens never meet one another. Instead, nations depend upon shared narratives that create a sense of collective identity across vast populations. Museums contribute significantly to this process. Objects become symbols of national continuity. Archaeological discoveries become evidence of ancient origins. Cultural artifacts become markers of collective heritage. Through museums, material objects help transform abstract communities into tangible realities. Yet objects rarely possess a single meaning. Consider a bronze sculpture taken from Benin during the British punitive expedition of 1897. Within the Kingdom of Benin, the sculpture may have functioned as part of royal ceremonial culture. For colonial officers, it became war booty. For European museums, it became evidence of African artistic achievement. For contemporary Nigeria, it may symbolize cultural resilience, colonial violence, and national heritage simultaneously. Which interpretation is correct? The answer is often all of them. Objects accumulate meanings rather than replacing them entirely. This accumulation of meanings reveals why museum debates frequently become so contentious. Disagreements concerning ownership are rarely about possession alone. They concern competing narratives attached to objects. When nations request the return of artifacts, they are often seeking more than physical objects. They are seeking authority over the stories those objects tell. Control over interpretation becomes inseparable from control over heritage. Walter Benjamin approached these questions from another angle through his reflections on aura. Benjamin argued that original objects possess a unique presence derived from their historical existence. Standing before an original manuscript, sculpture, or painting creates a different experience than encountering a reproduction. Museums often rely upon this aura. Visitors travel enormous distances to encounter original objects because physical presence creates a sense of proximity to the past itself. Yet aura is not simply a property of the object. It emerges through cultural beliefs concerning authenticity and historical significance. Authenticity occupies a particularly important place within museum culture. Visitors frequently seek original objects rather than replicas, because originals appear to establish direct connections with history. Yet authenticity itself can be surprisingly complicated. A medieval cathedral may contain stones replaced repeatedly over centuries. An ancient sculpture may have undergone extensive restoration. A manuscript may include additions from multiple periods. Which version counts as authentic? Museums often navigate these questions carefully because authenticity rarely exists as a simple binary category. The philosopher David Lowenthal argued that heritage differs fundamentally from history because heritage emphasizes emotional attachment and identity. History seeks critical understanding. Heritage seeks belonging. Museum objects frequently operate within both domains simultaneously. A medieval crown can be studied historically while also functioning as a symbol of national continuity. An indigenous ceremonial object may provide anthropological information while retaining living spiritual significance. Museums constantly balance these different relationships to the past. What makes an object historical, then, is not age alone. Age certainly matters, but countless old things never become history. Instead, objects become historical when societies decide they matter. This decision is shaped by scholarship, politics, memory, identity, aesthetics, economics, and institutional power. Museums help formalize these decisions by selecting certain objects for preservation while excluding countless others. Every collection, therefore, reflects choices about what deserves remembrance. These choices are rarely neutral. For much of museum history, elite objects receive disproportionate attention. Royal treasures, religious masterpieces, military artifacts, and monumental architecture dominated collections. Everyday life often remained invisible. During the 20th century, historians increasingly challenged this imbalance. Social history, labor history, women's history, and cultural history expanded definitions of historical significance. Ordinary objects gained new importance. A worker's tool, a family photograph, a handwritten recipe, or a protest sign could reveal historical realities just as powerfully as crowns or monuments. This democratization of historical attention transformed museums profoundly. Institutions increasingly recognize that history does not belong exclusively to rulers, generals, or aristocrats. The experiences of ordinary people also leave material traces worthy of preservation. Objects once dismissed as mundane became valuable sources of historical knowledge. Entire museums emerged dedicated to everyday life, industrial production, migration, labor, and domestic culture. In this sense, museums reveal a paradox at the heart of historical understanding. Objects survive because they are material, yet their significance depends upon interpretation. A sword is steel. A manuscript is ink and parchment. A ceramic bowl is fired clay. Their physical forms persist across centuries. What changes continually is the network of meanings attached to them. History, therefore, exists neither entirely within objects, nor entirely within interpretation. It emerges through the relationship between material remains and the stories societies construct around them. Inside the museum, after everyone leaves, the galleries appear silent, yet every object remains embedded within countless narratives, extending across time. The vase was once a vessel. The manuscript was once a working book. The sculpture was once part of a temple. The coin once passed through human hands. None of them were born historical. They became historical through survival, discovery, interpretation, and remembrance. Museums often appear to contain the past, but what they truly contain are relationships between present and past, continually being renegotiated. Objects become history, not because they speak for themselves, but because generations of people keep asking them questions. And as those questions change, the meanings of the objects change as well. The museum, therefore, remains less a warehouse of fixed truths than an ongoing conversation about what societies choose to remember, what they choose to forget, and how material things become carriers of human time. The relationship between objects and history becomes even more complicated when authenticity enters the conversation. Museums frequently present authenticity as one of their greatest values. Visitors travel across continents to stand before original manuscripts, original paintings, original sculptures, and original artifacts, because originality appears to promise direct contact with the past itself. Yet authenticity is far more unstable than it initially appears. Consider a medieval cathedral that has undergone centuries of repairs, reconstructions, fires, renovations, and restorations. Which parts are original? Which version of the building represents its authentic state? Similar questions surround countless museum objects. Ancient sculptures often survive only because missing sections were reconstructed by later restorers. Manuscripts accumulate annotations from successive generations. Religious icons receive repainting. Ceramics are reassembled from fragments. Historical objects rarely remain unchanged. They endure through continuous processes of intervention. Authenticity, therefore, becomes less a fixed condition than a complex negotiation between preservation, restoration, and historical continuity. These questions emerged with particular force during the 19th century as modern conservation practices developed. The French architect, Eugène Viollet-le-Duc, famously restored medieval monuments according to his own understanding of how they should have appeared, sometimes introducing features that never actually existed historically. His work at places such as the fortified city of Carcassonne helped preserve important structures, yet it also raised difficult questions. Was he conserving history or recreating it? In contrast, the English critic John Ruskin argued passionately against extensive restoration, insisting that attempts to return monuments to an imagined original condition often destroyed the very historical traces that made them valuable. Their debate continues influencing museums and heritage institutions today. Every restoration decision involves interpretation. To conserve an object is not simply to preserve material. It is to decide which version of the past deserves protection. The issue becomes even more complicated when museums encounter replicas, casts, reproductions, and copies. Modern audiences often assume that copies possess little value compared to originals. Yet for much of history, copies played essential roles in preserving and transmitting knowledge. Roman sculptors copied Greek statues. Medieval monks copied manuscripts. Renaissance workshops reproduced compositions repeatedly. In some cases, copies preserve information lost in the originals themselves. A plaster cast of a damaged sculpture may record details that later erosion destroyed. A 19th century photograph may document a monument before modern pollution altered its surface. The copy can therefore become historically significant in its own right. What matters is not simply originality, but the historical relationship between object, reproduction, and memory. The philosopher Nelson Goodman challenged traditional assumptions about authenticity by distinguishing between autographic and allographic works. A painting exists as a unique original object, whereas a musical composition can be performed repeatedly while remaining the same work. Museums occupy a peculiar position within this distinction because they often treat physical uniqueness as a source of value. Yet historical significance frequently depends upon reproducibility as well. Printed pamphlets, newspapers, photographs, posters, and books become important precisely because they circulated widely. A single surviving copy of an ordinary printed document may illuminate entire social worlds. The museum therefore preserves both uniqueness and repetition, both singular masterpieces and mass-produced artifacts. Perhaps nowhere are these tensions more visible than in the question of provenance. Provenance refers to the documented history of ownership, movement, and custody associated with an object. For museums, provenance serves practical, legal, ethical, and intellectual purposes simultaneously. It helps establish authenticity, identify ownership claims, reconstruct historical context, and reveal how objects traveled across time. Yet provenance also exposes uncomfortable realities. Many museum collections were assembled through colonial expansion, wartime seizure, unequal trade relationships, or outright theft. The biography of an object often contains stories that institutions once preferred to ignore. The Benin bronzes provide one of the most important examples. For decades, many museums displayed these extraordinary works, primarily as examples of artistic achievement. Today, increasing attention focuses not only on their aesthetic significance, but also on the circumstances through which they entered European collections. Following the British punitive expedition against Benin in 1897, thousands of objects were removed from the royal palace and dispersed internationally. Their provenance reveals histories of imperial violence, inseparable from their museum identities. The bronzes did not cease being artworks. Rather, they acquired additional meanings connected to colonialism, restitution, and cultural justice. Provenance transformed interpretation. Similar questions surround objects displaced during the Second World War. Nazi authorities systematically looted artworks from Jewish collectors, occupied territories, and cultural institutions throughout Europe. Decades later, museums continue investigating provenance records to identify works affected by wartime theft. In many cases, objects once celebrated simply as masterpieces became evidence within broader histories of persecution and dispossession. The object itself remained unchanged, yet its historical significance expanded dramatically. Provenance research demonstrates that history often resides not only in the object's origin, but also in its subsequent journey. Arjun Appadurai's influential work on the social life of things provides another useful framework for understanding these processes. Appadurai argued that objects move through different regimes of value across time. Their meanings shift according to changing social, economic, and cultural contexts. A ceremonial object may become a commodity. A commodity may become a museum artifact. A museum artifact may become a symbol of national identity. Historical significance emerges not from a single moment, but from accumulated layers of interpretation. The museum object is therefore never frozen in time. Its meaning continues evolving. Museum labels play a surprisingly important role in this evolution. Visitors often encounter labels as simple sources of information, yet labels function as powerful interpretive tools. A label determines what viewers notice, which narratives appear important, and how objects become intelligible. The same artifact can be presented as art, archaeology, anthropology, religion, science, or political history, depending upon curatorial choices. A ceremonial mask displayed within an art museum invites different interpretations than the same mask displayed within an ethnographic exhibition. The object remains identical. The framework changes. Meaning follows. Tony Bennett's influential concept of the exhibitionary complex helps explain how museums shape public understanding through these frameworks. Bennett argued that museums do not merely display objects. They organize ways of seeing. Exhibition design, spatial arrangement, classification systems, and explanatory texts all participate in constructing knowledge. Visitors learn not only about objects, but also about categories, hierarchies, and relationships. Museums teach people how to interpret the material world. The historical object, therefore, emerges through institutional practices as much as through physical preservation. This process becomes particularly visible when museums attempt to represent difficult histories. Consider objects associated with slavery, genocide, colonialism, war, or political repression. Such artifacts often possess meanings that are painful, contested, and emotionally charged. Curators must decide how much context to provide, which voices to include, and how to balance scholarly analysis with ethical responsibility. A chain used during the transatlantic slave trade, for example, cannot be displayed as a neutral artifact. Its historical significance emerges through narratives addressing violence, memory, and human suffering. Museums increasingly recognize that objects carry moral as well as informational weight. Memory scholars such as Paul Ricoeur have emphasized that remembering is never passive. Societies actively construct narratives about the past through selection, interpretation, and repetition. Museums participate directly in this process. They determine which objects receive attention, which stories are foregrounded, and which histories remain marginal. Every exhibition, therefore, reflects choices about collective memory. These choices may appear natural, yet they are always historically situated. Recent developments in museum practice have increasingly challenged traditional assumptions about authority. Rather than presenting objects as possessing single definitive meanings, many institutions now emphasize multiple perspectives. Indigenous communities participate in curatorial decisions concerning ancestral objects. Descendant communities contribute interpretations. Visitors encounter competing narratives rather than unified conclusions. This shift reflects broader recognition that historical meaning is not owned exclusively by scholars or institutions. Objects belong to networks of relationships, extending far beyond museum walls. Digital technology has complicated these questions further. Millions of objects are now accessible online through digitization projects, virtual exhibitions, and open access databases. For the first time, visitors can examine collections without traveling physically to museums. This transformation raises important questions. Does digital access democratize history by making collections available globally? Or does it weaken the unique experience associated with encountering original objects? The answer may be both. Digital technologies expand access, while simultaneously highlighting the continued importance of material presence. A high-resolution image can reveal extraordinary detail, yet it cannot fully replicate the experience of standing before the object itself. The future of museums may depend increasingly upon balancing these different forms of access and interpretation. As societies become more interconnected, historical objects acquire new audiences and new meanings. Objects, once understood primarily within national frameworks, now participate in global conversations concerning identity, heritage, restitution, and memory. The museum object becomes a meeting point where multiple histories intersect. A manuscript is never only a manuscript. A sculpture is never only a sculpture. Every object exists within expanding networks of interpretation, linking past and present together. History does not reside inside things like a substance waiting to be discovered. It emerges through relationships between objects, institutions, scholars, communities, and audiences. Museums preserve material remains, but more importantly, they preserve the possibility of asking new questions about them. Each generation approaches the same objects differently, bringing new concerns, new perspectives, and new forms of understanding. The result is that history itself remains unfinished. Objects become history because people continue returning to them, not merely to learn what happened, but to understand why the past continues to matter. In this sense, museums are not repositories of completed knowledge. They are places where meaning remains perpetually under construction, where material things continue acquiring new lives long after their original worlds have disappeared. Most visitors never think very much about curators. They enter museums, expecting to encounter paintings, sculptures, manuscripts, fossils, ceremonial objects, archaeological discoveries, or historical artifacts. Their attention naturally gravitates toward the things on display rather than toward the people responsible for placing them there. The curator often remains invisible, a figure working somewhere behind gallery walls, hidden within offices, storage facilities, archives, conservation laboratories, research libraries, and institutional meetings. Yet museums do not simply emerge from collections automatically. Every exhibition, every acquisition, every label, every display case, every thematic connection, every lighting decision, every catalogue essay, and every interpretive narrative reflects countless acts of human judgment. The curator occupies a unique position within this process because curators do not merely care for objects. They help determine how societies understand them. In this sense, the history of museums is also the history of curatorial authority. If the previous chapter explored how objects become history, this chapter asks a related question. Who decides what history means? The modern curator inherits responsibilities that emerged gradually over centuries. The earliest collections discussed in previous chapters, temple treasuries, royal collections, cabinets of curiosity, princely galleries, and learned repositories, were often managed by priests, scholars, librarians, collectors, aristocrats, or custodians, whose duties only partially resemble those of contemporary museum professionals. The curator, as a recognizable cultural figure, emerged alongside the modern museum itself. As collections expanded dramatically during the 18th and 19th centuries, institutions required specialists capable of organizing, researching, preserving, and interpreting enormous quantities of material. Classification became essential. Objects needed to be identified, catalogued, dated, compared, and situated within broader systems of knowledge. The curator, therefore, emerged not simply as a caretaker, but as a mediator between collections and public understanding. This mediation may appear straightforward at first. A curator studies objects, learns about them, and shares that knowledge with visitors. Yet the reality is far more complex. Museums contain vastly more material than they can ever display. In many large institutions, only a small percentage of collections remain visible at any given moment. The majority exists in storage facilities, archives, study rooms, conservation spaces, and research collections, inaccessible to most visitors. Every exhibition, therefore, begins with selection. Thousands of objects remain unseen, while a relatively small number appear before the public. This process immediately introduces questions of value. Why these objects rather than others? Why this story rather than a different one? Why emphasize certain historical narratives while minimizing others? Curators constantly navigate such decisions, often without audiences realizing how much interpretation is involved. The French sociologist Pierre Bourdieu provides a useful framework for understanding this phenomenon. Bourdieu argued that cultural institutions help establish systems of legitimacy by determining which forms of knowledge, taste, and cultural production receive recognition. Museums participate directly in this process. They do not simply reflect cultural value. They actively contribute to producing it. When an object enters a major museum collection, its status changes. When an artist receives a retrospective exhibition, public perception shifts. When a historical narrative is foregrounded institutionally, it acquires authority. Curators, therefore, operate within systems that shape cultural memory itself. Their decisions influence not only what people see, but also what people consider important. This authority can be traced back to the Enlightenment, when museums increasingly positioned themselves as educational institutions dedicated to public knowledge. Curators became guardians of expertise. They authenticated artifacts, organized collections according to emerging academic disciplines, and translated specialized research into accessible narratives. Art history, archaeology, anthropology, natural history, and cultural heritage studies all developed close relationships with museum practice. Curatorial authority rested upon scholarly credibility. Visitors trusted museums because they appeared to offer reliable interpretations, grounded in research and evidence. Yet scholarship itself is never entirely neutral. Michel Foucault repeatedly emphasized that knowledge and power remain intertwined. Institutions determine which questions are asked, which categories become meaningful, and which forms of knowledge receive legitimacy. Museums exemplify this relationship particularly clearly. Curators classify objects into categories such as art, artifact, specimen, treasure, heritage, religion, design, or ethnography. These categories appear natural, yet they often reflect specific historical assumptions. A ceremonial mask, displayed within an ethnographic collection, may be interpreted differently from an almost identical mask displayed within an art museum. The object remains unchanged. The institutional framework transforms its meaning. The history of colonial collecting reveals these dynamics vividly. During the 19th and early 20th centuries, European and North American museums acquired enormous numbers of objects from Africa, Asia, Oceania, and the Americas. Curators frequently classified these materials according to intellectual frameworks shaped by colonial ideologies. Indigenous objects were often presented as anthropological evidence rather than artistic achievements. Non-European cultures were positioned within narratives emphasizing European progress and modernity. The museum appeared objective, yet its interpretive structures reflected broader political assumptions. Contemporary curators increasingly confront this legacy, reassessing collections, rewriting labels, consulting source communities, and questioning inherited classifications. One of the most significant transformations in recent museum practice involves the recognition that curators are not merely neutral experts. They are storytellers. Every exhibition constructs a narrative. Sometimes that narrative follows chronology. Sometimes it explores themes, movements, ideas, identities, conflicts, or cultural exchanges. Regardless of format, the exhibition organizes information into meaningful relationships. Visitors rarely encounter isolated objects. They encounter objects arranged purposefully. The curator functions much like an author composing a book, or a filmmaker editing a documentary. The narrative may be grounded in evidence, but narrative choices remain unavoidable. Consider an exhibition about ancient Egypt. A curator might emphasize religion, daily life, political power, artistic production, trade networks, funerary practices, environmental adaptation, or archaeological discovery. Each approach produces a different understanding of Egyptian civilization. None is necessarily incorrect, yet each reflects interpretive priorities. Curators therefore shape historical experience through narrative construction. The museum gallery becomes a form of argument expressed spatially, rather than purely through text. Tony Bennett's concept of the exhibitionary complex helps illuminate this role further. Bennett argued that museums function not simply as repositories of objects, but as environments that organize public knowledge. Visitors learn through movement, observation, comparison, and spatial experience. Curators design these experiences intentionally. The sequence of rooms, placement of objects, scale of displays, use of lighting, and arrangement of information all influence interpretation. Museums teach visitors how to look, what to notice, and which relationships matter. Lighting alone offers a revealing example. A sculpture illuminated dramatically against a dark background acquires a different presence than the same sculpture displayed within a densely populated gallery. Isolation suggests importance. Proximity creates comparison. A curator deciding where an object appears within an exhibition is simultaneously deciding how audiences will understand it. Such decisions often seem invisible because successful exhibition design feels natural. Yet behind that apparent naturalness lies extensive planning. curators also spend enormous amounts of time engaged in activities visitors rarely witness. Research occupies a substantial portion of curatorial work. Objects require identification, authentication, dating, contextualization, and comparison. Provenance research has become especially important in recent decades, particularly regarding collections affected by colonial acquisition, wartime looting, or disputed ownership histories. Curators often collaborate with conservators, archivists, historians, archaeologists, scientists, and community representatives to reconstruct the biographies of objects. The resulting scholarship may take years before appearing publicly through exhibitions or publications. Conservation introduces another dimension of curatorial responsibility. Museums frequently present objects as stable, timeless entities, yet many artifacts remain extraordinarily fragile. Manuscripts deteriorate under excessive light exposure. Textiles fade. Paintings crack. Metals corrode. Organic materials decay. Curators work closely with conservators to balance public access against preservation. Decisions about display duration, environmental conditions, handling procedures, transportation, and storage all influence an object's future survival. The curator, therefore, operates not only as an interpreter of the past, but also as a steward of the future. The relationship between curators and collections often becomes intensely personal. Many museum professionals spend decades studying specific objects, artists, cultures, historical periods, or material traditions. Curatorial expertise develops through prolonged familiarity. A curator specializing in medieval manuscripts may spend years examining scripts, pigments, bindings, marginalia, devotional practices, and production techniques. An archaeology curator may dedicate an entire career to understanding a particular civilization. Such expertise forms the foundation of museum scholarship. Yet expertise itself has become increasingly scrutinized in contemporary debates surrounding authority and representation. For much of museum history, curators often spoke on behalf of cultures, communities, and historical experiences without direct consultation. Indigenous collections provide particularly important examples. Objects created within living cultural traditions were frequently interpreted exclusively through external academic frameworks. During the late 20th century, museums increasingly recognized the limitations of this approach. Collaborative curatorship emerged as an alternative model, emphasizing dialogue with source communities. Indigenous scholars, artists, elders, and cultural practitioners began participating more actively in exhibition development, collection interpretation, and institutional decision-making. The curator's role shifted from sole authority toward facilitator, collaborator, and mediator. James Clifford's influential writings on museums and cultural representation helped accelerate these conversations. Clifford argued that museums should not be understood as neutral containers of truth, but as contact zones where different knowledge systems encounter one another. Within this framework, curatorial practice becomes less about delivering definitive interpretations and more about negotiating multiple perspectives. The exhibition transforms into a conversation rather than a monologue. These developments have profoundly altered contemporary museum practice. Increasingly, curators confront questions not only about what objects mean, but also about who has the right to interpret them. A sacred object may hold different meanings for archaeologists, historians, museum visitors, descendants, religious practitioners, and source communities. Curators often navigate competing claims without simple resolutions. The museum becomes a site of negotiation rather than certainty. The rise of contemporary art has further expanded the curator's role. In historical museums, curators typically interpret existing collections. In contemporary art institutions, curators frequently participate more actively in shaping artistic discourse itself. Major exhibitions, biennials, commissions, and thematic projects can significantly influence artistic careers and cultural conversations. Figures such as Harold Seaman transformed perceptions of curatorship during the 20th century by treating exhibitions themselves as creative intellectual projects. The curator increasingly became recognized as a cultural producer, rather than merely a caretaker. This development generated both admiration and criticism. Some observers argued that curators acquired excessive influence, shaping artistic reputations and institutional priorities disproportionately. Others viewed expanded curatorial practice as a necessary response to increasingly complex cultural environments. Regardless of perspective, the curator's visibility increased dramatically. The profession evolved from largely behind-the-scenes management toward a more publicly recognized intellectual role. Digital technology has introduced additional transformations. Museums now operate within environments shaped by social media, virtual exhibitions, online collections, interactive platforms, and global audiences. Curators increasingly consider how exhibitions function both physically and digitally. A gallery installation may be experienced through photographs shared online by millions of people who never visit the museum itself. Digital access expands reach, but also changes interpretation. Curators must navigate audiences whose encounters with collections often occur through screens rather than physical presence. Despite these changes, the central challenge of curatorial work remains remarkably consistent. Curators operate at the intersection of objects, knowledge, institutions, and public memory. They decide which stories become visible, which voices receive attention, and which relationships emerge between past and present. These responsibilities carry enormous intellectual and ethical weight, because museums influence how societies understand themselves. Inside the museum, after everyone leaves, long after visitors have departed and galleries fall silent, much of the curator's work continues. Storage rooms contain thousands of objects awaiting study. Exhibition plans evolve through drafts and revisions. Provenance records reveal unexpected histories. Conservation reports identify new challenges. Research questions generate further questions. The museum never truly stands still, because interpretation never stands still. Every generation returns to collections with different concerns, different values, and different ways of understanding the world. The hidden life of curators exists within this ongoing process. They are not simply guardians of objects. They are architects of meaning, mediators between past and present, and participants in one of the most ambitious cultural projects humanity has ever attempted, transforming fragments of material survival into coherent understandings of history itself. Few questions in the museum world generate as much controversy, emotion, political tension, and philosophical uncertainty as the question of ownership. At first glance, the issue appears deceptively simple. If an object belongs to someone, then ownership should be easy to determine. Yet the deeper one travels into the history of museums, archaeology, empire, collecting, and cultural heritage, the more unstable the question becomes. Can a civilization own its past? Can a nation own objects created centuries before that nation existed? Do descendants possess rights over cultural materials produced by their ancestors? What happens when an object has spent more time outside its place of origin than within it? Does legal possession guarantee moral legitimacy? Can humanity collectively own certain cultural achievements, regardless of national borders? The question of who owns the past ultimately reveals that museums are not merely places where objects are preserved. They are places where competing visions of history, identity, memory, justice, and power collide. For much of modern museum history, ownership was often treated primarily as a legal matter. Institutions acquired objects through purchase, donation, excavation, inheritance, military conquest, colonial administration, diplomatic exchange, archaeological permits, or private collecting. Once an object entered a collection, museums generally assumed that ownership had been settled. Yet during the 20th and 21st centuries, this assumption increasingly came under scrutiny. Scholars, activists, indigenous communities, governments, and source nations began asking difficult questions about how many collections had actually been assembled. The answers frequently revealed histories far more complicated than museums had once acknowledged. Objects celebrated as treasures of world culture often arrived through circumstances involving unequal power, imperial expansion, wartime seizure, forced removal, coercive agreements, or legal frameworks designed by colonial authorities rather than by the communities from whom the objects originated. The philosopher John Locke famously argued that property emerges through labor and possession, yet cultural heritage rarely fits comfortably within such frameworks. Ancient monuments, sacred objects, ancestral remains, ceremonial regalia, manuscripts, sculptures, and archaeological artifacts often possess meanings extending far beyond conventional ownership. They function simultaneously as historical evidence, religious materials, symbols of identity, embodiments of collective memory, and markers of cultural continuity. Their value cannot be reduced simply to financial worth. To ask who owns such objects is therefore to ask who possesses the authority to tell certain histories, preserve particular memories, and represent specific cultural traditions. The Parthenon marbles remain one of the most famous examples of this dilemma. Removed from the Parthenon in Athens during the early 19th century by Thomas Bruce, the 7th Earl of Elgin, the sculptures eventually entered the British Museum, where they remain today. Supporters of the British Museum's position argue that the marbles have become part of a global collection, accessible to international audiences, and preserved under stable conditions for more than 2 centuries. Advocates for their return argue that the sculptures are inseparable from the Parthenon itself and represent an essential component of Greek cultural heritage. The debate continues, not because either side lacks historical evidence, but because the dispute involves competing conceptions of ownership, stewardship, identity, and historical responsibility. The question cannot be resolved through legal documentation alone because it concerns broader philosophical issues regarding the relationship between cultural objects and collective memory. Similar controversies extend across the world. The Benin bronzes, removed during the British military expedition against the Kingdom of Benin in 1897, have become central to international discussions surrounding restitution. Thousands of plaques, sculptures, ivory carvings, and ceremonial objects were dispersed across European and North American museums. For decades, they were admired primarily as masterpieces of African art. Increasingly, however, attention shifted toward the circumstances of their removal. The bronzes became not only artistic achievements, but also evidence of colonial violence. Their presence within museums raised fundamental questions. Can institutions legitimately retain objects acquired through military conquest? Does the passage of time alter moral obligations? What responsibilities do museums possess toward communities whose cultural heritage was dispersed through imperial expansion? These debates reveal that ownership often operates on multiple levels simultaneously. Legal possession may differ from moral legitimacy. Historical custody may differ from cultural affiliation. Museums frequently argue that they serve as custodians rather than owners, preserving objects on behalf of humanity as a whole. Critics respond that such universalist claims sometimes obscure unequal histories through which collections were assembled. The language of stewardship can appear generous, yet it may also reinforce existing power structures by allowing institutions to retain control while acknowledging historical injustices, only rhetorically. The historian Christoph Permian argued that museum objects occupy a special category because they function as intermediaries between visible and invisible worlds. They connect present audiences to absent people, lost societies, and vanished experiences. This symbolic role helps explain why ownership disputes provoke such intense reactions. When a nation seeks the return of a sculpture or manuscript, it is rarely seeking only the physical object. It is seeking recognition of historical continuity and cultural sovereignty. The object becomes a material expression of belonging. Indigenous communities have played an especially important role in transforming these conversations. Throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, museums often collected ancestral remains, sacred objects, ceremonial materials, and cultural artifacts without meaningful consultation. Many collections were assembled according to assumptions that indigenous cultures were disappearing and therefore required preservation by outside institutions. Such assumptions frequently ignored the fact that indigenous communities remained living cultures rather than historical relics. Beginning in the late 20th century, indigenous activists, scholars, and leaders increasingly challenged museum authority over these collections. The result was a profound rethinking of ownership, consultation, and cultural rights. The Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act, enacted in the United States in 1990, marked a major turning point. The legislation established procedures for returning ancestral remains and culturally significant materials to affiliated tribes. More importantly, it challenged long-standing assumptions regarding museum authority. Objects once treated primarily as scientific specimens or historical artifacts were increasingly recognized as active participants within living cultural traditions. The law reflected a broader shift in museum ethics, emphasizing dialogue, collaboration, and accountability. Anthropologist James Clifford described museums as contact zones, where different knowledge systems encounter one another. This framework is particularly useful because ownership disputes rarely involve simple opposition between museums and source communities. Instead, they involve negotiations among multiple stakeholders with different values, priorities, and understandings of the past. Archaeologists may emphasize research access. Curators may prioritize preservation. Governments may focus on national heritage. Religious communities may stress sacred obligations. Descendant groups may emphasize cultural continuity. These perspectives frequently overlap, yet do not always align perfectly. Questions of ownership become even more complicated when considering archaeological heritage. Ancient Egypt provides a revealing example. Many iconic Egyptian artifacts reside in museums outside Egypt, including institutions in Europe and North America. Some entered collections during periods when archaeological excavation operated under legal systems very different from those governing cultural heritage today. Should such objects remain where they are? Should they return to Egypt? Should decisions be made individually or according to broader principles? No universally accepted answer exists. Each case involves unique historical circumstances requiring careful consideration. China presents another important example. During the 19th and early 20th centuries, enormous quantities of Chinese cultural materials left the country through warfare, colonial intervention, looting, and collecting networks. The destruction and looting of the Old Summer Palace, or Yuanmingyuan, by Anglo-French forces in 1860 became one of the most powerful symbols of cultural loss in modern Chinese historical memory. Countless objects from the imperial complex entered private collections and museums throughout Europe. For many observers, debates surrounding these materials are not simply about ownership, but about historical justice. The objects embody memories of national humiliation, foreign intervention, and cultural displacement. It is important to acknowledge that these examples represent only a small portion of a much larger global conversation. Similar debates surround cultural heritage from countless regions and communities whose histories are equally significant, including objects originating from South Asia, Southeast Asia, Korea, Japan, the Middle East, Central Asia, Africa beyond the Kingdom of Benin, Oceania, Latin America, and indigenous societies across the world. Many of these collections entered museums through complex histories involving trade, diplomacy, excavation, missionary activity, warfare, colonial administration, private collecting, or informal networks of exchange. The absence of specific discussion here should not be understood as a reflection of their importance. Rather, the examples explored in this chapter serve as representative case studies through which broader questions of ownership, stewardship, memory, cultural identity, and historical justice can be examined. The fundamental issues extend far beyond any single object, institution, nation, or civilization. The philosopher Kwame Anthony Appiah has offered an influential counterpoint to exclusively national approaches. Appiah argues that certain cultural achievements belong to humanity broadly rather than exclusively to individual nations. According to this cosmopolitan perspective, museums can serve valuable roles by preserving and presenting global cultural heritage within international contexts. The idea remains attractive because it emphasizes shared human history. Yet critics point out that cosmopolitan arguments often emerge from institutions already possessing vast collections, acquired during periods of unequal power. Universal access may sound noble, but it can sometimes function as a justification for maintaining existing arrangements. The question, therefore, becomes not whether cultural heritage matters globally, it clearly does, but whether global significance eliminates local claims. Increasingly, museums are attempting to move beyond this binary opposition. Long-term loans, shared custodianship agreements, collaborative exhibitions, digital repatriation projects, and joint research initiatives represent efforts to balance competing concerns. Rather than treating ownership as an absolute category, some institutions are exploring models, emphasizing partnership and ongoing relationships. The rise of digital technology has introduced additional complexities. High-resolution imaging, three-dimensional scanning, virtual exhibitions, and online databases allow cultural materials to circulate globally without moving physically. Some argue that digital access reduces pressure for physical repatriation by making collections widely available. Others respond that digital surrogates cannot replace material presence. A scan of a sacred object may provide information, but it does not necessarily satisfy cultural, spiritual, or symbolic needs associated with the object itself. The debate therefore persists. Underlying all these discussions lies a deeper philosophical question. Can the past itself be owned? Historians such as David Lowenthal have argued that heritage differs fundamentally from history, because heritage involves emotional attachment and identity. People do not merely study heritage, they belong to it. This sense of belonging explains why ownership disputes often exceed legal frameworks. They concern recognition, dignity, memory, and cultural survival. Objects become focal points for larger struggles over historical narrative. Inside the museum after hours, these questions linger quietly among the galleries. The sculptures, manuscripts, ceremonial objects, and archaeological artifacts appear motionless behind glass, yet many remain participants in ongoing debates stretching across continents. Their histories did not end when they entered museum collections. In many cases, new chapters began. The question of who owns the past ultimately has no simple answer, because the past itself belongs simultaneously to many constituencies, to scholars who study it, to communities who inherit it, to institutions that preserve it, and to broader publics who seek to understand it. Yet acknowledging this complexity may be precisely the point. Museums once presented ownership as settled and unquestioned. Today they increasingly recognize that cultural heritage exists within networks of responsibility rather than simple possession. The most important question may therefore not be who owns the past, but how the past can be cared for ethically in a world where history, memory, identity, and justice remain inseparably intertwined. If museums emerged from the desire to collect, preserve, classify, and display the material traces of human history, then repatriation forces a more difficult question upon those same institutions. What happens when preservation and possession are no longer understood as the same thing? Throughout much of modern museum history, collecting was treated as an inherently positive act. Objects entered collections, received conservation treatment, were catalogued, studied, exhibited, and incorporated into narratives of civilization. The museum appeared as a guardian of cultural memory. Yet during the late 20th and early 21st centuries, growing challenges from source communities, indigenous nations, formerly colonized societies, and descendant groups revealed that preservation alone could not resolve questions of historical justice. An object could be perfectly conserved and yet remain profoundly displaced. It could be physically safe while remaining culturally absent. Repatriation emerged from this tension. It is not simply the return of objects. It is the confrontation between competing understandings of history, ownership, stewardship, identity, memory, and responsibility. At its most basic level, repatriation refers to the return of cultural property, human remains, sacred objects, or heritage materials to their communities, nations, or descendants of origin. Yet the simplicity of this definition conceals extraordinary complexity. Objects move through history in countless ways. Some are purchased, some are inherited, some are gifted, some are excavated, some are traded, some are looted during war. Some leave their places of origin through colonial administration, missionary activity, coercive treaties, unequal exchanges, black markets, or private collecting networks. The modern museum inherited collections shaped by centuries of such movements. As a result, repatriation rarely concerns a single object alone. It concerns the historical systems that enabled objects to move in the first place. Pierre Nora's influential concept of lieux de mémoire, or sites of memory, offers a useful framework for understanding why repatriation matters so deeply. Nora argued that societies construct physical locations, monuments, archives, museums, and symbolic objects as repositories of collective memory. These sites help communities maintain continuity with the past. Cultural objects, therefore, do more than represent history. They participate in the production of historical consciousness itself. When an object leaves its community of origin, the consequences extend beyond physical absence. The removal may alter how memory is transmitted, how identity is formed, and how cultural continuity is sustained across generations. Repatriation debates often revolve around this relationship between material heritage and collective remembrance. For many indigenous communities, cultural objects were never intended to function as museum artifacts at all. Masks, ceremonial regalia, ritual instruments, ancestral remains, and sacred bundles frequently possess active roles within ongoing cultural practices. Their significance cannot be reduced to artistic value, historical documentation, or aesthetic appreciation. They exist within living systems of meaning. Anthropologists, such as James Clifford, have emphasized that museums often transformed active cultural belongings into static ethnographic specimens. Once displayed behind glass, objects were detached from the relationships that originally animated them. Repatriation, therefore, becomes not merely a transfer of ownership, but a restoration of cultural context. The object returns to a network of obligations, stories, ceremonies, and social relations that cannot be fully reproduced within museum environments. One of the most significant developments in modern repatriation history occurred in the United States with the passage of the Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act in 1990. The legislation required federally funded institutions to inventory Native American human remains, funerary objects, sacred objects, and items of cultural patrimony, and to consult with affiliated tribes regarding their return. The law fundamentally altered museum practice. For generations, human remains had often been treated primarily as scientific specimens. Archaeologists and physical anthropologists collected thousands of indigenous ancestors for study. NAGPRA challenged this framework by recognizing that scientific interest could not override the rights of descendant communities indefinitely. Museums were forced to reconsider assumptions about authority, expertise, and stewardship. The law did not resolve every conflict, but it transformed the ethical landscape of heritage management. The return of human remains remains one of the most emotionally charged dimensions of repatriation because it reveals the limits of purely institutional approaches to heritage. Museums historically justified the retention of ancestral remains through arguments concerning research, education, and preservation. Descendant communities frequently viewed the same remains as family members, denied proper burial. These positions emerged from fundamentally different understandings of personhood. The debate was not simply legal or administrative. It reflected competing ontologies concerning what human remains actually are. Anthropologist Michael Brown has argued that repatriation disputes often expose deeper conflicts between Western systems of classification and indigenous systems of relational responsibility. Objects, ancestors, and sacred materials cannot always be translated easily across these frameworks. Australia provides another significant example of repatriation's expanding scope. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities have spent decades seeking the return of ancestral remains and ceremonial materials removed during colonial rule. Many of these remains entered museums, universities, and private collections across Europe and North America during the 19th century. Repatriation efforts have involved extensive international cooperation among governments, museums, and indigenous representatives. Yet the process is often understood as something more profound than restitution. Returning ancestors enables communities to restore disrupted cultural relationships and fulfill spiritual obligations interrupted by colonial extraction. The return becomes an act of healing, rather than simply an administrative transaction. The repatriation of sacred objects raises related questions concerning accessibility and knowledge itself. Museums frequently operate according to principles of public visibility. Their mission often involves making collections available for research, exhibition, and education. Yet some sacred materials were never intended for unrestricted viewing. Certain ceremonial objects possess cultural protocols governing who may encounter them, when they may be seen, and under what circumstances they may be used. The museum's commitment to universal access can therefore conflict directly with community-specific systems of cultural responsibility. Repatriation debates reveal that openness and ethical stewardship do not always align perfectly. Sometimes care requires restriction rather than exposure. The Benin bronzes remain among the most prominent examples of cultural restitution in the contemporary world. Following the British punitive expedition against Benin City in 1897, thousands of artworks were seized and dispersed throughout museums and collections across Europe and North America. For generations, these works became central to narratives of African art history, museum collecting, and colonial expansion. Yet they also remained enduring symbols of cultural dispossession. During recent decades, pressure for their return intensified significantly. Institutions in Germany, the United Kingdom, the United States, and elsewhere began re-evaluating their responsibilities. Numerous museums initiated return agreements, while others entered negotiations regarding long-term partnerships and shared stewardship arrangements. The Benin case became a turning point, because it demonstrated that major institutions were increasingly willing to reconsider acquisitions, once treated as permanent features, of museum collections. The debate surrounding the Parthenon marbles reveals a different set of complexities. Unlike many cases involving direct military seizure, the marbles remain entangled in disputes concerning legality, imperial authority, historical context, and cultural symbolism. Supporters of return emphasize their importance within the architectural and historical integrity of the Acropolis. Opponents frequently argue that museums provide international access and preserve shared global heritage. The debate has endured for decades, precisely because it cannot be reduced to simple categories of theft or ownership. Instead, it illustrates how cultural objects often accumulate multiple histories simultaneously. They become meaningful both within their places of origin and within the institutions that have displayed them for generations. Kwame Anthony Appiah has argued that certain cultural objects belong to what he describes as a cosmopolitan heritage of humanity. From this perspective, museums can serve as spaces where people encounter histories beyond their own cultural backgrounds. The argument emphasizes exchange, dialogue, and shared human inheritance, rather than exclusive national possession. Critics, however, note that cosmopolitan ideals have often emerged within systems shaped by unequal power relations. The ability to define something as universal heritage frequently depended upon colonial structures that facilitated acquisition in the first place. Repatriation debates therefore force difficult questions about who has historically possessed the authority to define universality. It is important to recognize that the examples most frequently discussed in public debates represent only a fraction of a much broader global landscape. Similar conversations surround cultural heritage, originating from South Asia, Southeast Asia, Korea, Japan, Central Asia, the Middle East, Latin America, Oceania, and countless indigenous communities across the world. Many objects entered collections through complex histories involving excavation, diplomacy, missionary activity, colonial administration, warfare, commercial exchange, and private collecting. The absence of specific discussion does not diminish their significance. Rather, these highly visible cases function as representative examples through which larger questions of memory, identity, stewardship, and historical accountability can be explored. The relationship between repatriation and cultural memory becomes especially visible when returned objects re-enter community life. Their significance often exceeds their material characteristics. Objects become focal points for language revitalization, historical education, ceremonial renewal, and intergenerational knowledge transmission. The return of a ceremonial mask may reconnect younger generations with practices interrupted decades earlier. The return of archival photographs may restore family histories previously inaccessible. The return of ancestral remains may allow mourning processes postponed for more than a century. In such cases, repatriation functions not as a backward-looking correction alone, but as a future-oriented act, enabling cultural continuity. Scholars such as Aleida Asman have emphasized that cultural memory requires both preservation and activation. Heritage survives not because objects simply exist, but because communities continue engaging with them meaningfully. Museums have traditionally excelled at preservation. Repatriation highlights the equally important question of activation. Who has the ability to use cultural heritage? Who can interpret it? Who can incorporate it into living traditions? These concerns shift attention away from ownership as a purely legal category and toward heritage as an ongoing social process. The rise of digital technologies has introduced additional layers of complexity. High-resolution imaging, virtual exhibitions, three-dimensional scanning, and digital archives enable unprecedented forms of access. Some institutions have suggested that digital repatriation might provide alternatives when physical return remains difficult. Yet many communities argue that digital surrogates cannot replace original objects, particularly when those objects possess ceremonial, ancestral, or spiritual significance. A scan may preserve visual information, but it cannot necessarily restore cultural relationships. Digital access can supplement repatriation efforts, but it rarely eliminates the ethical questions underlying them. Increasingly, museums are exploring models that move beyond the binary opposition between retention and return. Shared stewardship agreements, long-term loans, collaborative exhibitions, joint research initiatives, and community-based curatorial partnerships represent attempts to rethink institutional authority itself. Rather than positioning museums and source communities as adversaries, these approaches seek more collaborative frameworks. While not universally successful, they reflect a growing recognition that expertise exists in multiple forms. Curators, conservators, scholars, community elders, cultural practitioners, and descendant groups all contribute valuable perspectives concerning heritage. The theoretical significance of repatriation ultimately extends beyond any individual case. It challenges assumptions that shape museum practice for centuries. It asks whether collecting can be separated from power. It questions who possesses authority to narrate history. It reveals that preservation, while essential, does not resolve every ethical responsibility. Most importantly, it demonstrates that objects are never merely objects. They carry stories, relationships, memories, obligations, identities, and histories that continue long after they enter museum collections. The galleries no longer appear as neutral repositories of the past. Every artifact suggests a journey. Every label implies decisions about interpretation and belonging. Every display case raises questions about movement, memory, and responsibility. Some objects remain far from the communities that created them. Others have begun returning home. Still others occupy uncertain spaces between multiple histories and multiple claims. Repatriation reminds us that museums do not simply preserve memory. They participate in determining whose memories remain visible, whose histories are told, and how the past continues shaping the present. The debate is therefore not only about where objects belong, it is about how societies remember, how they confront difficult histories, and how they imagine more ethical relationships with the cultural inheritances that connect generations across time. After thousands of years of collecting, preserving, displaying, cataloguing, studying, debating, and sometimes fighting over objects, the question that remains is surprisingly simple. Why do humans build museums at all? At first glance, the answer seems obvious. Museums preserve the past. They protect artworks, artifacts, manuscripts, fossils, monuments, and cultural heritage from loss. They educate the public. They support research. They provide access to history. Yet the longer one studies museums, the more it becomes clear that these explanations, while true, are incomplete. Museums exist because human beings possess a uniquely powerful relationship with memory. We are one of the few species capable of imagining ourselves across centuries. We preserve objects not simply because they are useful, but because they help us maintain connections with people we will never meet, places we will never visit, and worlds that no longer exist. Museums are ultimately built because humans refuse to allow the past to disappear completely. Throughout this journey, we have seen that the impulse to collect emerged long before the modern museum. Ancient temples accumulated sacred treasures. Royal palaces displayed symbols of authority. Libraries gathered knowledge across vast empires. Cabinets of curiosity attempted to assemble miniature versions of the universe itself. Long before museums existed as institutions, people were already preserving fragments of the world around them. What changed over time was not the desire to collect, but the meanings attached to collecting. Objects gradually became evidence. Evidence became history. History became identity. The museum emerged as a place where societies could organize these relationships systematically, transforming scattered remnants into narratives capable of explaining who we are and where we came from. Yet museums have never been neutral spaces. They reflect the values, ambitions, anxieties, and assumptions of the societies that create them. We have seen how empires filled museums with objects acquired through conquest, colonialism, diplomacy, trade, excavation, and unequal power. We have seen how national governments used museums to construct shared identities and historical narratives. We have seen how archaeology transformed buried objects into symbols of civilization, and how curators continuously shape the stories that visitors encounter within gallery walls. Every museum collection reflects choices. Every exhibition represents interpretation. Every display case tells one story, while inevitably leaving others untold. Museums preserve history, but they also participate in creating it. At the same time, museums remain among the most extraordinary intellectual projects human beings have ever undertaken. Few institutions attempt something so ambitious. A museum gathers objects created across centuries, continents, religions, languages, political systems, and civilizations, then places them into conversation with one another. Within a single building, visitors may encounter an Egyptian coffin, a Chinese scroll painting, a medieval manuscript, an indigenous ceremonial object, a Greek sculpture, a contemporary installation, and a fossil millions of years older than humanity itself. Museums collapse distance. They compress time. They allow individuals to move through centuries within the span of an afternoon. They transform history into something physically encounterable. This power explains why debates surrounding museums have become increasingly significant in recent decades. Questions concerning ownership, repatriation, cultural memory, and historical accountability are not peripheral issues. They strike at the heart of what museums are meant to be. Who has the right to tell history? Who should care for cultural heritage? Can preservation justify possession? What responsibilities do institutions inherit from histories of empire, colonialism, and unequal power? These questions rarely have simple answers, yet their growing visibility reflects something important. Museums are no longer viewed merely as warehouses of objects. They are recognized as active participants in broader conversations about identity, justice, memory, and cultural responsibility. Perhaps the most important lesson museums offer is that history itself is never fixed. Every generation returns to the past with new questions. Objects that once seemed insignificant acquire new meanings. Artifacts displayed as trophies become subjects of ethical debate. Collections assembled under one worldview are reinterpreted through another. Museums endure precisely because they are capable of changing alongside society. Their purpose is not simply to preserve objects unchanged forever. Their purpose is to sustain dialogue between past and present, allowing each generation to encounter inherited histories while reconsidering what those histories mean. And yet, beneath all the politics, scholarship, controversies, and institutional complexities, there remains something deeply human at the center of the museum experience. Most visitors do not enter museums thinking about acquisition policies, collection management systems, or historiography. They enter because they are curious. They want to stand before something older than themselves. They want to feel connected to another culture, another century, another life. They want to encounter evidence that countless human beings existed before them, struggled before them, created before them, and attempted to leave traces behind. Museums answer a fundamental human desire to belong within a larger story. Perhaps this is why museums continue to feel meaningful, even in an age saturated with digital information. Nearly any image can now be viewed online. Entire collections are accessible through databases and virtual exhibitions. Yet people still travel across oceans to stand before original objects. They still gather beneath cathedral vaults, pause before ancient sculptures, lean over illuminated manuscripts, and spend long moments looking at artifacts separated from them by hundreds or even thousands of years. The physical object retains a unique power because it provides direct contact with another moment in human history. It reminds us that the past was not abstract. It was lived by real people whose presence survives through material traces. Inside the museum, after everyone leaves, when the galleries become quiet and the crowds disappear, the institution begins to reveal its deeper purpose. The objects remain where they have been placed, carrying stories accumulated across centuries. Some arrived through generosity, others arrived through conflict. Some represent triumph, others reflect loss. Together they form an imperfect archive of human experience. No museum can contain all of its history. No collection can tell every story. Yet the attempt itself remains remarkable. Museums are humanity's effort to resist forgetting. They are places where memory becomes material, where absence becomes visible, and where fragments of countless lives continue speaking long after their creators have vanished. And perhaps that is ultimately why we build museums. Not because we have solved the problem of preserving the past, but because we recognize how fragile the past truly is. We build museums because civilizations disappear, buildings collapse, languages vanish, and memories fade. We build them because objects can survive where stories cannot. We build them because every generation fears losing something valuable. Most of all, we build them because we hope that people who come after us will continue asking questions about who we were, what we believed, what we created, and how we understood the world around us. If you have listened all the way to the end of this journey, thank you for spending these hours exploring the history of museums with me. I hope this video has made the museum feel a little less like a building and a little more like an idea that has evolved across thousands of years and continues changing today. Whether you are listening while studying, working, relaxing, or drifting towards sleep, I appreciate your time, curiosity, and for helping keep these conversations about art, history, and culture alive.